Gomez and Benny Blanco, they're engaged.
Yay!
Yes, the actress singer announced the happy news on her Instagram late last night, posting a picture of her stunning engagement ring with a caption that said, "Forever starts now."
There's something sweet about this because he is not the most dashing guy, but every picture of them together seems to be really authentic and loving and caring, and I hope that's the case. Don't break my heart.
Benny chimed in on the comments and said, "Hey, wait, that's my wife." Other pictures in the carousel included Selena gazing at the ring on a picnic blanket complete with a Taco Bell meal, a picture of an overjoyed Gomez showing off the ring, and one of Benny holding and kissing her. The two have known each other for a long time, meeting years ago when Selena was first kicking off her music career, but kept professional until last July when they started dating. One person who saw the news immediately was Taylor Swift, who staked her claim to the big day when it arrived. She said, "Yes, I will be your flower girl," to her longtime friend.
Somebody's getting married.
It's Taylor Swift.
Yeah, so we will see if that ends up happening or not, if Taylor will be a part of the wedding party. Kim Kardashian dipping her toes back into the dating scene after her split from Odell Beckham Jr. in April. A source close to her shared with Us Weekly that she has started seeing someone new, but is keeping it very low key. The source said,
"Is it Bill Engvall?"
She said the next person she dates will be someone who isn't famous.
Okay.
This marks a change from her past high-profile relationships with like Kanye West and Pete Davidson, and it suggests she might be looking for a more private romantic life.
This might be the new trendy thing because Lana Del Rey married a guy, I think his occupation is like alligator wrangler or something like that.
No, really?
Yeah, like a regular Joe, hardworking guy. She fell head over heels, and maybe that's the way to go, Hollywood.
Kim will never find a permanent man. There's no way.
No.
I don't think so. I think the fame is too big.
It's too much.
I think that
she's married to that.
The presence that she has to portray and is committed to doing is a full-time job. And it's just not going to be, nobody's ever going to live up to the proper standards.
I can't see a guy, fully dressed waiting to go out while she's in her butt room.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know
unless...
I don't know. Sorry, if it's necessarily them not being able to live up to it, because there have been plenty of them. Like, they might get sick of her and be like, "I'm done with this crap."
Yeah, true. But I mean, also, the only way that it would work, the only way I think it would work is if she ditches the whole Kim Kardashian celebrity thing.
Becomes a farm girl.
And just lives a under the radar life.
Yeah.
That's the only way it would work.
She could be fabulously
That's
wealthy.
it.
I think the same dynamic figured into the split between Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah.
I think she is a high profile, out dressed to the nines, has to be
And he doesn't
everything
love
all
that.
the time, and he does not like that.
Exactly. So Kim likes that lifestyle, and so does Jennifer Lopez, and
Right.
so you just, if you're not,
And you apologize
Yeah,
to
so
them.
also crazy
I'd like
famous.
to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck.
But staying in the Jenner sphere real quick.
Yes.
Did anybody see Chloe's post on social media on Instagram a few days ago? Kathy, I'm just talking to you specifically.
Is she eating
She's eating
popcorn?
grapes.
She's eating grapes?
Dude.
Same way?
Same way.
Where? I gotta find it.
Oh my God. First of all, she's in this like.
Wait, it was Chloe?
Yeah, Chloe.
Oh,
There we
okay.
go.
That is Chloe.
Yeah, that's how you eat. That's how I like to eat grapes.
Oh my God, she did.
Sitting in a leotard.
Preston. So she actually looks more in this picture
Like what?
like
Old
Kylie,
Chloe? Oh, like Kylie.
or maybe like who's the older brain
Courtney?
fart? No, the Jenner. model.
Kendall.
Kendall Jenner.
Kendall, yeah.
She looks more
Oh, yeah,
like
she does look a
Kendall
little like,
Jenner.
Yeah, Kendall there.
Holy hell!
Look at this picture. We're eating grapes.
in a cat suit, leaning back.
That stupid face.
Yeah, with the face.
You guys don't eat grapes like that?
No. I don't have nails.
Not with anybody looking. Since her breakup, Kim has been focusing on her businesses and personal growth. She's become deeply involved in her company's Skims, has been putting a lot of effort into her recent product launches and all of that stuff. But she's apparently dating somebody.
Meanwhile, Skims pisses me off because I ordered it one time and
You said it was obscenely small.
It was like for a kid.
Yeah,
it was
really?
like for a child. And I ordered like my size. I was like, this is not even reasonable.
Casey, we're going to stay in the Jenner sphere because Kylie Jenner and Timothy Chalamet,
engines to half.
who usually keep their relationship private, were seen together at a rare public event. On Tuesday, they attended the premiere of Timothy's new movie, A Complete Unknown, at the Dolby Theater in L.A.
Turn on buffer system.
They held hands and didn't separate at the after party.
Docking procedure initiated.
With Timothy even introducing Kylie to his co-stars. Kylie's mom, Kris Jenner, was also there. She showed her support. The couple has been dating
No
since
Caitlyn, though, yet.
April of last year, and but they do low-key activities, dinners, movie nights, and stuff like that. They did make an exception at the Golden Globes earlier this year where they were affectionate but avoided the red carpet. Both Kylie and Timothy value their privacy, with Kylie even telling British Vogue in August, "Privacy is so important to me in life."
Yeah.
Wow. That's very insightful.
Now, on the Timothy Chalamet, we're going to continue with him. When A Complete Unknown hits
Slice of
theaters,
man meat.
moviegoers will be astonished at his portrayal of Bob Dylan. A heads up, though, he does all his own playing and singing. In fact, the crew of the movie closed their eyes and couldn't tell Dylan's voice from Chalamet's.
It's pretty wild.
He's that good, and how he got good, 6 years learning how to play and sing for the part. So will there be a non-Dylan related album in the future from the actor? He said, he told Variety, never. He said, essentially that he's just doing it for the movie,
He did
which
it for
is
the movie.
a good thing.
I kind of respect that. There's a scene apparently in this movie where he, as Dylan, rides that sandworm. It's pretty
Oh,
amazing.
my God, really? I gotta say.
He's the biggest worm I've ever seen.
So
Space!
I am very interested in seeing that movie mainly because of him.
Yes.
It looks like he's really going to pull it off. All right, so we mentioned this yesterday. Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly are done. Fox
This kills
reportedly
me.
discovered something upsetting on MGK's phone, and the two haven't seen each other since, and now we know what the upsetting thing was, and obviously he was flirting with somebody else, another woman behind his back, or other women.
What if she finds out?
I don't know, Caitlin. We'll find out in due time. Page 6 said when they went away for the Thanksgiving holiday, she became suspicious and decided to go through his phone. And the source said apparently they found text messages from other women and decided that she was done and walked away. The source said Megan is a strong, independent woman and doesn't need a man in her life. The couple split came just weeks after they announced that they were expecting a child together as well. So that's unfortunate.
It is very unfortunate.
Yep. Okay, this is a fun story. A quick Google search will tell you that Gina Davis is 6 feet tall, the actress. The Academy Award-winning actress feels like there's a story to tell about being taller than everyone else as a young girl. So she's putting out her very first children's book. It's called The Girl Who Was Too Big for the Page. The story, a young girl named Sheila lives inside a book. She knows people are reading, but as she grows older, she realizes she's growing so quickly she no longer fits on the page. The story is, of course, inspired by her experiences. She said, as a kid, my fondest wish was to take up less space in the world. It was only as an adult I realized that I could be all of who I was unapologetically.
Judging by what I'm seeing on social media, it's never been a better time to be a statuesque woman.
Oh, yeah?
We had, who do we have in here? We had the porn star talking about the giant, the big fascination with her being a giantess, right? Yes, fetish.
Okay. So there's that for you if you want to get it.
There you go.
There's
yeah.
that.
So it hit shelves and Kindles April 29th. Did you guys see the movie Tall Girl?
No.
A little bit.
I
It was a
enjoyed
Netflix
it.
movie, right?
Yeah, I liked it. It was because I have a tall kid. My youngest is going to be a 6-footer probably.
I didn't realize how tall that she was.
Yeah.
And at the camp out, I was like, oh, wait.
I was having conversations about it. I was like, gotta be 6 foot at least, you know? But who's your shortest? Is it Parker?
Yeah, Parker's now shortest, and he's 6
And
foot.
he's 6 foot.
Yeah, well, I know, Caleb, which is what Caroline goes by now, is probably 5'10", 5'11", something like that.
Okay, all right.
But last night we were talking about you saying something to me about, can I see over my refrigerator?
Yeah.
And I go, yeah. And they said, well, I don't know if I can or not, but I know I'm taller than Casey.
Everybody's taller than me.
So.
Except for Marissa and Kathy.
True. So you got
They
that
call
going
you
for you.
stretch.
Yeah.
All right, so here's another story. Taylor Swift may have said everything there was to say and sing on her Eras tour, but after a few days downtime, fans that follow her socials were thrilled to see Tay post for the first time since the tour wrapped on Sunday.
So a non-tour Tay post?
Yes, alongside a carousel of tour pics. It's not a non-tour, but it's at post-tour.
Post-tour Tate pics?
Yes, post-tour Tate pics. Swift.
Tay be tie-tie?
I don't know.
No,
I would
be
think so
tie-tie.
after all this time.
Oh, my God, it's the longest.
She captioned it with lyrics from her song All Too Well and wrote, "It was rare. I was there. I remember it."
Down their hair.
I was there.
Down their hair. Ending her post with a heart emoji, and the fans remember.
How
too.
about that?
Let's see here. Oh, yeah, here's a casting bit of information. We told you earlier this month that Barry Keoghan, or Keoghan, I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce his name, was rumored to be portraying Ringo Starr in a series of 4 movies about the Beatles, one each member of the band.
Is that not the case now?
No. Now comes word that another big name has been attached to a project. Paul Mescal may have been tapped to play Paul McCartney in the films, according to Ridley Scott.
Do I know that guy?
Yes, he's in Gladiator 2. He's the
that guy.
Yeah, he's the lead in Gladiator 2.
Yeah, I haven't seen Gladiator 2, so I don't know his work. But
I'm going to chop you up with my sword. Stay away from the tiger. Run.
Scott isn't connected to the films, but Ridley Scott isn't connected, but he was asked
Who's about to die? Salute you.
at the Directors Guild of America Tuesday if Mescal, who starred in Scott's Gladiator 2, would be appearing in his upcoming The Dog Stars. He said, yes, maybe. Paul is actually stacked up doing the Beatles next, so I may have to let him go. Nothing is confirmed, so this is just kind of hearsay, but yeah, he kind of let that slip a little bit.
I'll be curious to see if this actually plays out the way they're talking about these 4 separate movies about the Beatles.
Yeah, I hope it's well done. You know, the first one is going to have to be really well
good
done
to have
for
it
people to
keep
watch
going.
the other
Yes,
ones.
yeah.
That's all there is to it. So.
And the first release will be Ringo?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's the first one cast. I don't think they should release Ringo first.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 separate stories about the Beatles, premiering first. Ringo.
I love Ringo Starr.
So do I, but I mean, you don't lead with Ringo.
I think you want a bigger story before that.
Yeah,
Although Ringo does have a great story with, he battled alcoholism.
Yes.
He married a Bond girl. And
Wasn't the
Caveman.
original drummer?
Yep, it was. Yep, Pete Best was the first drummer. So, but anyway, obviously they should lead with a Paul or John story. So we'll see what. They
Well,
do.
no, all right, but then what do you end with? Because like you got, you're gonna sort of work
Maybe
backwards.
George.
Right? Like, George is who you end
Yeah.
with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not to
All
hurt
right.
Ringo's feelings.
Ahead of Saturday Night Live's 50th anniversary in February, Peacock will stream SNL 50 Beyond Saturday Night, which is a 4-part series, and it will start January 16th, and it will give behind-the-scenes looks at the show's history. Each episode focuses on a unique aspect of the audition process, how sketches are written, the making of the iconic More Cowbell sketch, and the turbulent 1985-86 season when Lorne Michaels returned after being away for 5 years. The series executive produced by Morgan Neville, includes interviews with SNL alum and previously unseen footage. So that could be good.
Yeah, I watched
an in-depth look.
The Saturday Night movie, the Jason Reitman movie, which is very good.
Yeah.
It is all like the hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes leading up to the premiere of NBC's Saturday Night Live. The first episode.
Pretty well.
And it's very well done.
Yep. All right, and then one last story. Kathy, this is all about you.
Oh, man.
With the series finale of Yellowstone this Sunday and the bodies falling, we know at least 2 characters that will survive the carnage surrounding the Dutton Ranch. This is not really a spoiler alert because it's out in the open. But a spin-off series starring Kelly Riley and Cole Hauser, Beth Dutton and Rip Wheeler, is in the works with both actors officially signing on.
Are you cool with that?
It should be. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
While details remain scarce, it's reasonable to assume that other characters from Yellowstone, at least the ones left alive, will be popping up from time to time.
I mean, it's a lot of even the merchandise for the show, it focuses around the 2 of them, even when Kevin Costner was still on the show.
Do you, without Kevin Costner, is there a void?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a void. I still like the show. I think it's still great. It's engaging. They're doing a really good job with the storyline around him not being there. I do wish he was there, but I still very much enjoy the show.
I went back and watched our interview with him not that long ago. It was great.
Yeah.
It was so
Terrific.
cool. It was awesome having him
Did
here.
you watch Horizon?
I did. I've not finished it.
Okay.
So
What do you think?
I really like it.
It's really good, is it not?
Yep. It's very raw.
Yeah.
It's very well done. All right. So Taylor Sheridan, the writer, creator, and occasional director, actor for all things Yellowstone, is behind the untitled spinoff as well. So there you go. All right. We got some clips. So, following a pile of violent crimes, an FBI agent must stop a group of white supremacists from trying to overthrow the government in the new film, The Order. In this clip, lead actress Janice Smollett talks about the vibrant chemistry on set.
And so there's a lot of improv. Every take feels different. You're constantly on your toes. I don't know what my co-star is going to say, and they don't necessarily know what I'm going to say. And everything feels alive.
Oh my God.
The Order is in theaters now. Here's the next clip. Our Little Secret is a brand new holiday film about hidden family secrets coming to life after fear of judgment. Here, Lindsay Lohan explains how being attacked by critics her whole career influenced her choices.
And I grew up with that, like in a lot of different ways, like always have this pressure to be a certain way or look a certain way. And I feel like over time you realize that doesn't matter. So just always go with your true gut instinct. Don't like take on so many other opinions and just be true to yourself.
Our Little Secret is streaming on Netflix now, by the way.
By the way, she looks better than she has ever looked. A lot of people are trying to figure out exactly what she had done.
Okay.
But even she admits she had run into a sort of a haggard period.
Yeah.
But right now she looks years younger. And not in a fake artificial plastic surgery way.
Okay.
Yeah. Take a look at a recent picture.
Maybe just, kind of straighten her life out.
Yeah.
And things like that can make you look better sometimes.
Yeah.
So maybe that
seems to be the case.
And so how many now holiday things has she done? Is this like her second or third one or something?
Yeah.
So she's this could be a good niche for her.
I think this is perfect. So here's a picture up on the...
Yeah, she looks really good.
Yeah.
Good for her. She needed a turnaround. All right, that's the entertainment report for you folks. I think we packed a lot in there.
We did, man.
Yep. All right, and
Man.
we got a lot coming up on the program today. Mark Summers is joining us. He's in a holiday movie, Hanukkah on the Rocks, which is coming out on Friday on the Hallmark
I
Channel.
love this.
Yep, I'm excited for him. And also a couple of other Nickelodeon alums, Danny Tamberelli and Michael Marona, who are from the show Pete and Pete. They're in town. They're going to be at the Neshaminy Creek Brewing Company on Saturday the 14th for they have a nostalgia event, which is pretty cool. So we'll talk to them. Sure. And Mr. Skin gives us the best naked scenes of the year. I like saying naked.
Yeah.
All right. So he will be joining us for the top 10 nude scenes of 2024.
I missed birthday earlier. I apologize, but I apologize. But it is my oldest's birthday today.
Oh, it's Casey's birthday.
Casey Elizabeth turns 19 today, and she does listen while she's in her dorm at Michigan State University.
That's so sweet.
Casey, I love you.
19.
And she comes home tomorrow for Christmas break. So
good for you.
Yeah, today's her last final, and she's going to go and celebrate with her friends, and then I pick her up from the airport tomorrow.
How's she doing away at school?
She's doing great.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, she's doing
You
really,
knew she
really well.
would.
I knew it.
Great
I knew
news.
it. Yep.
Happy birthday, Casey Elizabeth. All right, we will take a break. Sun's coming up. That's a beautiful thing. We'll be right back. We got a lot to get to this morning, so stay with us. Thank you very much, Ryan Johnson. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Now, let's do the B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, so let's start with this. Smashing Pumpkins going to kick off their Bright No So Shiny reunion tour in July, and the band's Billy Corgan has now shared a proposed list of songs.
Are you doing music news?
Son of a bitch.
That's amazing.
I was thinking,
I thought it was maybe
weird happen at the music news, or
Grab the wrong folder.
maybe he found a King Cobra in his car or something, or
Look, I'm just on autopilot right now. Okay?
That's exactly what it is, right?
you're at home right now watching The Walking Dead, aren't you?
I am. I haven't seen that episode yet, damn it. Oh, man.
That was great. Thank you. Hey, just sneak preview, guys.
I love the music, though. That wouldn't be a tip off.
It didn't even register with me at all. A man dubbed America's most wanted deadbeat dad.
Let's just call him Billy Corrigan.
Has been arrested.
There were a number of missed calls in my life that actually led to opportunities, and you always have to keep your radar open to the fact that there are things in play that you haven't even seen yet that will reveal themselves to you. You just have to be receptive to it.
It all starts with this girl giving me the clap.
The clap.
That's where it started.
You were saved by a social disease.
It all starts with that.
All right, so do tell.
This girl gave me the clap. I dated her for 5 years. She was my girlfriend. She slept with my best friend, and then she gave me the clap. I remember going to the doctor, and he was like, "Yo, she's a hoe." By the way, this is
Is that a medical term?
No, this is. He used the more formal RE. I don't know if you can say it on WHORE. I don't know if you can say that on
Whore.
Yeah. Oh, if you want, like an idiot, I just spelled it.
Yeah.
Like you can't spell it. So he was like, "Your girlfriend's a whore," and I was like, "What?" By the way, this is when you thought doctors were like older. He's probably just 27 years old.
Yeah.
Like he's just a kid,
dude.
And he was like, she's a whore, man. And he said, I go, no, you got that wrong. He goes, let me ask you a question. When you go to a bar, do you and your junk split up to cover more territory? And I was like, excuse me? And he goes, do you? And I said, no. And he goes, then I'm telling you right now, if you're telling me you haven't slept with anyone else, just her, she gave it to you. She's a whore. She's sleeping around. That's how you get it. You just sleep around.
Yeah.
Oh my
And I was like, that's impossible. I want the test. And he was like, I can just give you the medicine. You don't need the test. And I went, no, I don't. I must not have it. She's not a whore. And he's like, all right, I'll give you the test. Q-tip.
Yep.
Yes.
I remember saying, brace yourself. And I held on to the thing. And he did it. And I was like, she's a whore. She's a whore. And then I went to her and I confronted her. And I said, yo, I have the clap. You gave it to me. And she's like, no, that's impossible. And then I said what the doctor said. Let me tell you something. When I go to the bar, me and my junk don't split up to cover more territory, okay? But if that girl hadn't done that, because I told that girl I wanted to be a comedian. I laid in bed the morning of the Miami-Florida State game, and I said, I think I want to be a comedian. Because right after Russia, I'd gone to Europe, and I backpacked, and I ran into a group called The State. I ran into them in Greece. Yeah. We all partied in Greece, and I met them, and I said, how do I get into comedy? And David Wayne said, just write all the time, write down jokes. Anything funny, write it down. And that whole summer, I said, I was funny traveling. Everyone liked me. Thought I could make people laugh. And I was like, I'm going to be a comedian. Came home, first week back, have sex with her, laying in bed, Florida State, Miami game. I say, I think I want to be a comedian. And she was an actress, still is. And she was like...
Not somebody we would know, is it?
No.
Okay. Regional theater, stuff like that?
Yeah. And so
that's what we're calling porn these days.
And she said, she goes, oh, honey, you're stupid funny. You're not smart funny. To be a comedian, you have to be smart funny, and you're stupid funny.
Wow.
So don't, you cannot.
And this is from the whore.
This is from the whore.
Oh.
And so I was like, oh, okay. Never tell anyone your dreams. I get the clap. I then break up with her over the period of you know how those breakups go over 6 months. Yeah. And then I start dating this girl who's, by the way, I love her, but just an oblivious idiot. Yeah. Like I told her I wanted to be a comedian. She's like, you should do it. Invest everything in it. Why wouldn't you? Right? Oh my God. And I just ran into her last week in wherever I was in Charlotte, North Carolina, and she's like, I'm so happy you followed your dreams. And I was like, I am so glad you did not see the pitfalls in life that everyone else sees. Yeah. Like, she was just like, do it. Why wouldn't you? I think I want to be a shot girl. And I was like,
dream big.
Oh, she went to New York to be a model. And, she's attractive, but she's not like a model.
Yeah.
But I remember
not a New York model.
And she just walked in and she's like, I want to be a model. And I was like, man, I wish everyone had more of that.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for that girl to just give me blind confidence.
Yeah.
That I don't think. I mean, by the way, my first whole year of stand-up, I did not know. I was just doing all the jokes like Angry Sanchez, or I didn't have comedy. I wasn't doing comedy.
Yeah, you had little segments, but
yeah.
You know that's.
And then Will Smith discovers me, and I'm like, I'm so glad I did this. Then you move to LA, you get a TV show, and then
that's how it goes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for not knowing about life.
And now you understand the weird science behind comedy. You know the efficiency of words and all that.
Oh yeah. I get blown away. I get blown away sometimes by just that, those little coincidences in life that send you on a path and then you go, God, what if I hadn't done that?
When I did stand-up, I learned, and I did it for about 10, 11 years, and I really enjoyed it, but I knew it was actually radio that stepped in out of the blue and became a thing that I just loved because it allowed me to do comedy in a different way. But the refining and there's a joy in that with stand-up and having things fail and having, if you can have fun on stage regardless, even if something's tanking and you're enjoying, Carson was an expert at having fun with tanking.
You got to be cool with the silence.
Right.
I went up one night in the store and I was just trying to write.
Yeah.
And I was bombing. And then someone just goes, talk about Anne Frank. in the audience, and then I go, I used to think Helen Keller and Anne Frank were the same person, right. and it kills, right? Yeah. But I never knew. I didn't know that was funny. I thought I was an idiot, and then they laugh, and I was like, yeah, I found out the Anne Frank house, they're not, and everyone's like, what? I was like, yeah, you didn't, and I tell the story, and it's very simple. I thought they were like, you want to go to the Anne Frank house? I was like, yeah, we'll get a bag of weed and get high and we'll laugh, and they're like, laugh? I go, yeah, put a plunger in her toilet, chuck it up. And they're like, what? And they're like, I don't think you can go to her bathroom. And they're like, you can see the closet they kept her. And I was like, they kept her in the closet?
Oh, dude.
I swear to God. And they're like, yeah, the Nazis are looking for her. I go, the Nazis? You're telling me, I go, how many times did this chick roll snake eyes? Can't see, can't hear, can't talk, locked in the closet, Nazis are looking for her. And so I tell this on stage. I get off stage and Rogan's like, please tell me that's in your act. I go, no. I was like dead serious. I go, I'm being dead serious. And he goes, that is the funniest thing. He goes, are you being serious right now? I go, I'm being dead serious. He goes, when did you find out they're not the same person? I go, at the Anne Frank house. We're high as crap. I'm telling Helen Keller jokes. And I'm like, she had a dog, right? And they're like, what? I was like, to my friends, I'm like, oh, you ran away. And they're like, how do you know so much about Anne Frank? I was like, well, you would too if her name was. And this lady goes, are you telling Helen Keller jokes? And I'm like, oh my God. So then I take that story, I tell it on Comedy Central with Ari Shaffir on This Is Not Happening, and then all of a sudden you got a bit. But if you're not willing to fail or get the clap, so if you have the clap right, I think what we're saying is, if you're listening and you have a venereal disease, this might be the best day of your life.
Look at it as a plus.
Success is just around the corner.
Success is just around the corner.
The Sherry's Berries are of that ilk.
I just want to give them some more free advertising because they have this amazing salsa and guacamole dip.
I don't even want to talk about that. You just made a mess in my mouth. I know I just said
you
that.
You just made a mess in my mouth. How am I going to explain it to my mother? I told you he would do that. He's a football player. Did he give you that line about the big game?
Damn it.
He made a mess in your mouth, didn't he?
Start the countdown clock for when that is isolated and repeated many
already
times.
working on it.
I know she is.
It's like goo. Goo. Did he leave goo in your mouth?
Oh, gross.
Go back to the strawberries. I want to talk about the strawberries.
Yeah, because now he messed it all up with salsa and guacamole.
Yeah,
I'm
skip that.
thinking
Let's go back to
Sweet and savory. The deep fried brownie is glorious.
But she's just saying chocolate covered things.
In general,
and trying to do it yourself.
It's hard because you have to know what's going to be the right consistency.
Kathy, you end up on Pinterest with nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
What does this guy say?
I just hit the button.
Oh, Jesus. You just made a mess in my mouth.
I'm going to need that over here.
I know you are.
I know, yeah.
That'll go next.
It was the day I would never forget.
That'll go next with the ball sacks are yummy. Right?
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. I can't do the stutter thing.
Well, you might be able to.
Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are. Ball sack. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth.
It's like Max
are yummy. Do it slowly.
Oh, okay.
Even sexier.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Oh, wait.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Okay.
Sounds a little Mandy-ish.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, dear Lord. What were we talking about?
Just made a mess in my mouth.
No, it's
Hi, my name is Mandy, and you just made a mess in my mouth.
Hey, director Jennifer Lee hinted that Elsa may get a girlfriend in Frozen 2.
What?
Yeah, she said...
That's why it's called Frozen 2 Cold Cooter.
She said, where we're going with it, we have tons of conversations about it, and we're really conscientious about these things.
Listen, I can help warm that thing up.
She said
You let Cold Cooter go.
She said the sequel is expected in 2019.
I consider that a personal achievement that Kathy likes Cold Cooter.
The shocking part is that you didn't.
I was still laughing, and Preston just kept going. I'm like, nobody really
But
said
I mean,
anything
for
about
Kathy
that.
Romano to enjoy Cold Cooter, I think I'm just going to sit out the rest of the show.
It's inventive.
Kristen Bell and Idina Menzel have signed on to reprise the roles of Anna and Elsa in Frozen 2. So
They always say this stuff, but they never follow it. This is the Spider-Man where he's going to be gay.
Yeah.
They never do it.
There's a show, I forget the name of it, but Jace is watching it, and one of the kids in the show has dads. And two dads, and
It's a Disney show, isn't it?
I can't remember. It's
Disney,
a cartoon.
yeah.
I can't remember.
Oh yeah,
Crazy Family or like Loud Family or something like that. And
We watched a show called My Two Dads.
Yeah.
but I was just
different.
surprised. He just watches it like he didn't. It was just normal. Like this one kid has two dads. This other kid has a mom and a dad, and it was just.
Mommy, did you hear Elsa's a lesbian?
Yeah, that'll be next.
It's just totally the other way. It has no sense of it. It's totally fine. Elsa's lesbian?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
It's on Nickelodeon.
The Loud House?
Yes, that's
There
it.
you
That's
go.
it.
Okay, yeah.
No kidding. I have.
We're gay!
I've not
and
seen it.
loud!
And they're pretty. One of the dads is pretty feminine, and they one of the episodes, or at least the one that I watched, they go on a skiing trip, and the dads are very overprotective and nervous that the kids are going to get hurt. And
Wow,
yeah.
Interesting.
The voice of one of them is Wayne Brady, and then the voice of the other is Michael McDonald, the singer.
I'm in love with a dude. I turn around and he goes to town on me. He feels so good.
That's not what they do in the show.
Is it
in the
really?
Call it the
show.
Hershey
Are
Highway.
you sure it's the Michael McDonald?
Nope.
Okay.
I got distracted by the singing.
Sweet freedom. We're just two dudes and we're getting it on.
Penis. By penis.
By penis.
By penis.
I'm working my way through.
Nick, thank you very much, Kath. Let's see. I think later on we are going to announce the high school challenge winner.
I think we need to have that.
Camp Out for Hunger, waiting to get that information, and I'm excited to award that. So we'll find out and see if we can pass that along. I don't have a time frame on that, unfortunately, for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, Eric didn't have that time frame either. So some of that information was not in his hands. So,
Okay.
you know.
By the way, Eric holding down so many friggin' things.
Yeah.
The guy is just he is catching so many things that could fall to the crack. He's living a nightmare.
Yep. It's Eric
Understaffed
Simon,
and overworked.
Our promotions director. Yep. He's got a lot to do. So we'll see if we get that to you. I wanted to relay this story to you guys. It's about the Luigi Mangione, the guy who killed the CEO of United Healthcare. But not about him specifically. It's more about the person that turned him in, the McDonald's employee.
Right.
So after he was arrested, the fate of the cumulative $60,000 reward offered by the New York Police Department and the Federal Bureau of Investigation remains undistributed. And I saw this article about rewards and how you claim them, and there's some stuff that I did not know about this.
So there's also, to this point, I'm glad you're addressing this, because in this in these situations, and the way it's framed, it is a reward for information leading to the arrest.
Yes.
The actual verbiage, there are certain aspects of that if you don't completely adhere to what they're asking you to provide, you are out the money.
Well, see, but I think that's just saying there needs to be an arrest. You can't just give information and say, hey, I know this guy. It has to lead to them capturing him.
Not only that, in this case, has to lead to a conviction.
There you go, yeah.
Does it say that?
Yes.
Okay.
So
that's the caveat.
So they had a manhunt for this person. They offer this reward. They're trying to get this specific person, but you don't get the money unless they're convicted of the crime. I think you should get the money just for simply doing what you were asked to do, which is turn in this specific person that they were asking to find.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean?
This was the
that's who
person.
they're looking
That's
for.
what they're trying to achieve.
They have DNA evidence that ties him to every implement, the weapon, everything. So by all points on this, that McDonald's employee has satisfied what they were asking the general public to do.
Here's the deal. They're not asking you to find the killer.
No.
They're asking you to find
This
a person in the reward, right?
Well, I don't
You
know.
should have said it.
I don't know.
Well,
who
all
are
right.
they? Are they?
All right, come
did they
on.
That's a good
name
point.
him, or
Okay.
are they looking for the person in the picture who killed the guy on the street?
Okay, so I guess you're right. So you've gotten this person, and until they clearly they know for sure that they've got the killer, they didn't put the guy's name out there. Okay, that's a good point, Kathy. So here's the deal: the FBI's reward program has several stipulations before a reward can be paid out, including a successful conviction of a criminal. And by the way, if you've ever received a reward or been part of this, feel free to call in 215-263-WMMR. If you want to remain anonymous, that's fine too, because you received a reward and maybe there's a criminal element to it.
Yeah.
Let us know.
And if you're the subject of a nationwide manhunt and we can turn you in for a reward, please call in.
Yeah, let us know.
We'll give some of that to charity. All right, anyway. In order for the McDonald's employee to receive anything from the $50,000 that was offered by the FBI, even if Mangione is convicted, they will have to be nominated by a U.S. investigative agency, which can include the FBI or the Department of Defense per the FBI website. The Bureau's frequently asked questions pertaining to the Rewards for Justice program emphasizes that individuals may not self-nominate for the possibility of a payout. So you have to be nominated by an agency. If the McDonald's employee is successfully nominated, their tip will still have to be, per the FBI website, carefully evaluated and go through a process of deliberation by a committee. From there, the committee makes a non-binding recommendation to the Secretary of State, who will then make the final call on this.
This is very elaborate.
Isn't it, though?
The perception that I think the general public has, thank you, sir, here's your check.
Yeah. So, according to the regulations, it said the Secretary of State has complete discretion over whether or not to authorize any given reward and can change the amount of the reward within the terms of the law. So
$100.
So they have the right to govern that the way they want to. The Secretary of State does.
By its design, it's meant to. You know what? Do we know if the McDonald's employee, it was just simply reacting to the news? I doubt they were going, ooh, payday, I recognize the guy.
I don't know.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember how clear they were about the reward. And so
I think many times a lot of people just, they recognize the person and then the whole, at least I would
do
think.
the right thing.
Yeah, do the right thing. Just like Spike Lee.
A payment determination by the Secretary is final and conclusive and not subject to judicial review. So the Secretary of State has a final call on it, and they can make that happen no matter what.
How soon before it's before the Supreme Court?
It's 5 years, I don't know. Meanwhile, the additional $10,000 that was offered by the NYPD, this is one I found even more interesting, is not required to be fulfilled unless the McDonald's tipster phoned into the department's Crime Stoppers hotline.
Oh, you have to.
So you have to call the Crime Stoppers hotline to get the $10,000.
You cannot call 911, stop by your local police station, pull a cop off the street. You have to call the Crime Stoppers hotline, and they would have to receive a specific reference number.
Can you slide into the FBI's DMs?
That is yes, you can.
Let's collab.
At this point, the person's gone. They've gotten away again.
Yeah, so I thought that was very, very interesting.
That's a shame that 911 doesn't count.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, also, all right, so this person is in, Altoona, Pennsylvania.
Yep.
are they going to know the Crime Stoppers hotline in New
That's
York
what I'm saying.
City?
By the time they look it up, and
you call 911 when you're in Altoona.
Exactly. In the moment.
Yeah.
And because the whole process is meant to incite the general public to be proactive in this case.
Right.
You need to make it as streamlined as possible.
Yep.
Call 811 before you dig.
You dig?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I thought that was kind of interesting. And
have you even ever come close?
No.
To the notion of seeing someone or identifying someone or turning someone in?
No.
Or, I mean, that's why this whole thing, this person, the notion of being, and I consider myself a fairly observant person, but for this employee at McDonald's in Altoona to have the presence of mind, now mind you, we were bombarded with imagery because it was such an amazing, wild story. Like, oh my God, this executive was assassinated on a major street in Manhattan.
Yep.
So we're all paying attention to it. But even at that point, I questioned my ability to, in the moment, put two and two together.
Yeah.
Well, and it was so like Altoona. It's so.
It sounds like tuna.
No, but it's so far out there. You know what I mean? Like, maybe you're walking the streets of New York City and you're like,
right.
Oh, I think that was him.
Oh, yeah, but Altoona? Exactly, yeah.
You think there's ever been a time where you have a friend named Al who's in the kitchen and you guys are about to have a tuna fish sandwich and you're waiting on him and you might go, Al, tuna.
Yeah, there you go.
At some
That's
point,
how the city was named.
No, but
Brandy, wine.
Yeah.
But you know what I will do from time to time? So I live a little further out, and so there are some rural areas by where I am, and so from time to time you will hear gunshots. People are hunting.
Right.
But I will, when I do hear a gunshot, I'll look at the clock.
Yes.
I will look at the clock just in case I see a story later on that says something happened, and I'll make a mental note at what time it was in case I can say, hey, I heard this happen around blah, blah, blah time to help. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the one thing that I will pay attention to is if I hear a sound that sounds like a report from a gun.
I'm very security minded. I'm very, I have the cameras and so on and so forth, and I'll try to piece things together in the neighborhood. I've caught things that have happened for neighbors who something maybe have gone missing or somebody hit their car out on the street.
Yeah.
So I'll intercede on that. But yeah, I don't know if I would have the presence of mind to do that or even to do that, to look at the clock.
Yeah, so like dash cams are huge for that stuff right now. Our program director, Chuck, his son was involved in a car accident in Wildwood. And
Dash cam?
So it wasn't. It was somebody else's dash cam. So this guy, and I ended up seeing the footage. This dude just completely ran a stop sign and then ended up T-boning the car that Spencer was in. And then he comes out and he starts yelling at these kids like they had done something wrong.
Right.
But there was a guy at a pizza shop. He goes, no, hang on a second. He goes, my dash cam's running right now.
Yep.
And the dude... You know what I mean? Like,
did he change on the spot when he heard that there was a dash cam that caught everything?
I don't remember exactly.
Did he offer to buy everyone pizza?
He did not do that, which maybe would have made things a little bit better.
Help
but
a little bit, wouldn't hurt.
But the dude, I mean, you're like you can't argue with. You know,
I flirted with the
footage.
notion of getting. I just don't of getting a dash cam because they.
My wife wants one because sometimes people they'll jump on the hood of your car.
Yeah,
you know,
like me.
You hit me.
Yeah.
I immediately become Detective Romano in these situations. Oh my God, my neighbor's car got broken into. I was like, he left in your car at 2:37 a.m.
Under succulents.
and then I got contacted by the local police department a while ago. There was vandalism done to a cemetery down the street. They spray painted swastikas on the gravestones.
Wow.
And so I am, my camera faces the main street. So I went through it all.
Did you get anything?
Well, so there was somebody who sped down the road, ran the stop sign, but then turned around and came back. So
this is where Cassie lives.
No, but I did give it to them, and they determined that it was too quick. They wouldn't have been able to do that much damage in the time that the car went, back and forth. So, but yeah, like immediately, I'm like, I can figure this out. I'll help you.
Yeah, I wish I had.
I want you to meet me at Guppy's.
By the way, they say that eyewitness testimony is one of the least reliable, and I like if you were, and I've always wanted to do this, but it would have somebody else would have to set this up. Where if we had someone who walked through the area or made some kind of a scene or something like that, and then later on were asked to describe what happened.
Didn't we do it once?
I don't think
we flirted with this notion.
We've talked about it before.
Yeah.
There's a really fun video where there are these people that are playing basketball, and they ask you as the viewer watching this video, count how many times they pass the ball, right? And full on, some dude in a bear costume walks through the background of this video, and you don't even pay attention to it. You don't even see it.
I've seen one that had someone in a penguin costume. Same thing, Casey. Did you notice the penguin? And you're like, damn it, now I got to go back and watch it again. Sure enough, it's blatantly obvious. Wow.
I can't believe you guys brought this up. I was just thinking about this on my drive in today. You guys gave me permission to one day arrange something that happens and to test you guys. And I mean, it could break in the middle of a break or something like that. Connor and I used to talk about this all the time. We had perfect timing for it. Next year, it will happen.
Okay. All right.
We're going to hold you to it. We'd love to see a full complement, everyone in the studio, and then we have to describe what happened.
Yeah, we used to have people, visitors in our studio more often, and then it would have been easy to do that. But I'm sure she can come up with something.
Yeah.
It could even
it could be
not while we're on the air. It could be like in a meeting or something like that.
just something that happens, and then we have to.
Yeah.
But then we have to
like
be
a robbery, right? You want to do a fake robbery?
Robert Irvine talking about protein bars.
No, but then you have a detective interview us.
We'd have to be
one at a time.
We'd have to be questioned separately.
And see what we come up with.
All right, hot stuff. What's your name?
I would love to see that happen.
When I walked in, I saw Preston.
Hang on, I want to go. Or is that Harry Knuckles?
Yeah, Harry Knuckles, yeah.
We have not seen Harry Knuckles in a long time. Please, if you don't mind, Casey. I know it'd be hard to find the theme music, but
Chicka boom. Her name was Kathy Romano.
Harry Knuckles
Legs that went on for miles. Yeah, I was going to have some fries with that shake.
Harry Knuckles was our detective. Let me go to Brian, who's on the phone lines. Hi, Brian, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing?
Good. What's up, my man?
I live in Jersey, work in Philly. A couple months ago, coming over to Ben Franklin, I'm on 676 between the bridges. I'm in the right lane doing about 40. All the other lanes are gridlocked. Out of the blue, a lady decides that she wants to be in my lane, pulls out in front of me. I had to hit her. She gets out. She's acting like she's hurt. I need an ambulance. And somebody in the gridlock, by the time they got up to me, they yelled out, "Do you have a dash cam?" I said, "No." She said, "Take my number down." I got her number, got the footage, was able to show the cops. It ended up being her fault. And once that lady found out that there was dash cam footage, as soon as the cops showed up, she acted like she wasn't injured anymore.
So that's, I think that
else's dash cam footage saved me.
I think that's every reason to look into it. Kathy, you report. Thanks, it you Brian. That reported in the news about it was a ring up in New York or something that was, to your point, Casey.
Yeah.
About they just saw themselves on the hood of your car, they'd back into your car, like when bumper to bumper, and then act as if they were injured. And it was dash cams that were foiling their crime ring.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I had a lady who I had rear-ended her at a stop sign. I was probably about 18 or 19 years old. The problem was the bumper on my car was already off of the car. Yeah. When I hit this lady, I might have been going like half of a mile per hour. But she gets out of the car,
sees the
damage on my car, gets back into her car, pulls up, and then calls for an ambulance and had to get taken away on a stretcher. Ambulance had to come and get her.
Okay, so how did that all rectify?
Thankfully, my friend Dan was on the corner, and he was the whole reason why I actually hit this lady, because I was like, "Oh, hey, Dan." So he saw the whole thing happen. He saw how fast I was going and all of that. But, I mean, listen, my insurance had to pay for her ambulance ride and stuff. So, unfortunately, I rear-ended her, even though...
You're wrong,
I was wrong.
Yeah.
She stopped at the stop sign, proceeded, and then stopped abruptly, which is why I ended up hitting her. But, like, it was, I wish I would have had a dash cam at that point.
Yeah.
You would have seen how fast I was going.
The last thing you want to be is in that situation where you say, "I wish I had a camera. I wish I..."
I know.
Yeah.
You know what? I should get one.
Yeah.
I've thought about it. And I never
have one.
You do?
Yeah, and I got it for my wife.
Except it's pointed back at him.
No. It's for my wife's car because she works in North Philly. And, she sees, like, listen... People drive crazy in Philadelphia. I've witnessed it myself.
Yeah.
I mean, they just go on the shoulders of the street. They run through
stop signs,
stop lights, like all of that. So she wants to have that just for that very reason.
You made a joke, Steve. I would probably turn it around and make like singing in the car.
Hi, guys.
Videos.
Tonight I'm going out to make, what is it? Sugar skulls.
Hey, crew.
Hey,
squad.
Hey, squad.
Hey, squad. It's me again in my car.
Real quick, by the way.
Kathy, hey, squad.
hindsight observation, while we were at Camp Out for Hunger, that area by 95 and Broad, I've never seen people blatantly run red lights more in any area
Constantly.
in my life. I mean, just flying through them.
Yeah.
Every day.
I know.
While we were there.
Well,
All right.
even in the morning when you're sitting there, I was like, I'm not waiting.
Okay, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
You got a little
I know,
latitude.
yeah.
But, I mean, in the middle of the day.
No, it's like it doesn't exist.
Marissa?
All I was going to say was dash cams are like one of the first items at Best Buy now. I had to go there the other day, and they're like right in the
Right when you walk in?
Yeah.
It's
But
a good
Preston,
gift.
I want you to drive home with me through West Philly, and you'll change your opinion there.
Yeah.
It is literally every day, all
It's
day long.
lawless, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
even
it is
worse?
Lawless.
Maybe we should get a dash cam for Chris's miracle gift.
Ooh. Yeah, now I'm thinking about. I was trying to think of Christmas gifts. That's something that I could probably use. So yours, Casey, is it a? How does it record? I mean, is it cloud based? Is it how do you?
I don't know.
Does it record and then delete after 24 hours? You don't know.
I have no clue.
So you can do
the most I've done is
some of them
taking it out of the box.
that will tie into your phone. Some that have it built in, like a GoPro.
It's a Garmin and it looks like a GoPro.
Right.
I think it's a Garmin. But it looks like a GoPro. I'm not exactly sure how it records.
There are different types that have different storage. Excuse me, I'm getting emotional. Different structures for recording, but there's a lot of really good, affordable dash cams.
Yeah.
Here's a text says, my daughter was hit by a guy. He got out yelling at my daughter, and when the cops got there, they looked up and they saw cameras on the grocery store at the building and found out the guy's real story. So sometimes, there's security, but sometimes you're out on open road and you need that. Let me go to Maureen real quick. Hi, Maureen, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Maureen?
So a little bit different story. My daughter, very pregnant last Christmas, was leaving my house. She was at a light with her whole family, making a left. She had the green arrow, and a car coming the other way had the red light. She turned and they plowed into them. She was there for an hour, and the police did not believe her, and they were going to give her a ticket. They went home. They called her that night and told her that they had the camera, had a light, and a dash cam, not a dash cam, but a camera on the
like a speed cam or something. Yeah.
Yep, speed camera, and they got the whole thing, and she got off, and the other people got ticketed.
I mean, think about how protracted that whole thing would be without the camera. So in that moment, for that modest investment and that camera pointed forward, you could just peel off a ton of heartache.
Thank you, Maureen. Here's a text from somebody that says, try being a firefighter/EMT on the scene and having to remain a neutral party during obvious BS car accident injuries. You just want to scream.
Yes.
So a lot of times they'll know.
Right.
When somebody's totally faking an injury, or maybe they look at the damage of the car and go, "No, I don't think."
No,
so.
this is Casey's car. It looked like crap to begin with.
So my friend is he's a retired police officer now, but he was saying that they were doing it was a training thing where it was like a mass casualty type of thing with a SEPTA bus, and somebody walked into this scene that was staged, thought it was a bus accident, and that literally laid down and tried to pretend like they were one of the injured people.
To try to get.
Seriously.
Oh my God! How hilarious!
They're like, this didn't actually happen. You're totally fine.
And wouldn't that be illegal?
That's
Wouldn't
illegal.
that be breaking the law?
That's fraud
It's reprehensible. I would wonder if it would fall under any sort of crime.
I wonder if, the moment maybe you report it to a police officer.
Right, that's when it would become a crime. Or something. Or a no-no.
Wow. Okay. Anyhow, all this to consider, but I thought this was interesting. The kickoff to this story was, Mangione, the guy who shot the Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare. The person who turned him in is going to have to jump through a lot of hoops before they end up getting any kind of a reward, because there's $60,000 all total that's up for grabs.
So I wonder how long that process could conceivably take. Are we looking at a year?
And you will see it maybe longer, depending on how long if the trial goes on.
I mean, it seems like he's going to be drawing this out. So.
Yeah. And so because I see announcements all the time for Crime Stoppers and, $2,000 reward for finding this and so on. So if you want to, if you do make a call, make sure you do call Crime Stoppers or the number that is indicated, because if you call 911, you might kind of forego that by accident. Yeah. So there are...
It's easier to get a Maury paternity test.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a protocol to follow. So, all right, well, thank you for your phone calls. We appreciate it. We got a bunch of stuff to get to. Our buddy Marc Summers is going to be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. And we also have the stars of Pete and Pete from Nickelodeon as well. Danny Tamberelli and Michael Marona will be joining us. So we're going to take a break. And Mr. Skin's coming up a little later on, too. But you know what? Let's make someone's day by giving them a little taste of a miracle. How about this?
It's a Christmas miracle! Yeah!
The Preston and Steve Show Christmas Miracle Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Edition is coming up a week from today. And we're headed back to Phoenixville at the glorious Colonial Theater, and it's presented by Phoenixville First. And we will take callers 14, 15, and 16. And we will allow you to come and join us if you have a free morning. We're going to be in the theater. We're going to be playing games. We're going to be giving away prizes. It's what we do at the end of the year as a thank you to our diehard listeners.
I would say that last year, listen, we loved the theater and everything. We knew it was going to be special, but we walked out of that broadcast and that whole event like, this is our home. We love this place.
And you got to be there early. Check-in is between 6 and 7 a.m. Be there for the entire show, and it's festive. And wear your ugly sweater. You might win beer for a year. And we would love to have you there. So 215-263-WMMR. Let's take those 3 callers and put you on the list. We're going to take a break. Coming back with the Bizarre Files, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
We did this little thing called the
sensitivity.
Of course we are.
And compassion.
See, I think it's cool.
We are a progressive show, obviously, not even remotely having fun.
Very different Michael McDonald. It's the one from Mad TV. There was an actor, Steve, you'd recognize
He's
this
excellent.
guy.
He's very funny.
Yeah, he's a great actor, and he plays the other gay dad.
It's not the one from
the Doobies.
The Doobie Brothers. Though I've dabbled occasionally, now and then, I like some dudes.
I like your Michael McDonald,
Thank
Steve.
I'm a fan of man junk, like it on my head. They call it what do they call it? A Roman helmet.
Michael McDonald isn't singing this song.
Oh, God
This
damn
is
it.
Tom Johnston.
It's Tom Johnston. There you go. That's
Thank
it.
you very much.
That's Michael McDonald.
You don't know me, 'cause I'm your all the lyrics sound like the others.
So it's called, what's it called, Loud House?
Well, that's Michael MacDonald, right? And this is Michael McDonald?
You might
or
be
are
right.
they both? Mick.
They're both McDonald.
Both Mick. M-C-D-O-N-A-L. I don't know what animal you just said.
don't know.
I don't know what noise. I don't know what noise to make.
And the hair goes. He does the Michael McDonald see and say.
Okay, so Michael McDonald.
The Loud House.
The Loud House.
The Loud House.
Yeah, there you go.
And you were just singing "Oh McDonald" gives me a reason to play this.
That was me from 2 days ago. Okay, what else do we have here? Okay.
All right.
Jeff Franklin, the creator.
You don't get news like this anywhere else.
And showrunner for Fuller House and the creator of the original Full House has been fired from Warner Brothers.
Why?
What happened?
What
happened to the skeleton man? He created Full House.
I don't know why you're still here.
Don't even question.
I heard it was breakfast.
There was another time, and I got really pissed off at this one too. A buddy and I went into a bar that had pool tables, and we just wanted to shoot some pool. We weren't there exclusively to do it. It was, hey, pool tables.
Let's do it.
Let's shoot a game of pool. So we go over to play pool. Nobody's playing at the table. And we go to play, and there's a couple sitting at the bar. They're like, no, table's ours. I'm like, there's nobody playing here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, our quarters are on the table. I'm like, yeah, but you're not playing pool.
No. Quarters indicate next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So my buddy and I'm like, yeah, we want to play against each other. No, you got to play us.
No.
And see, so it was their ownership of the table because they currently were the winners of and so I tried to tell the bartender this, and the bartender's like, "No, they're right."
No, you own the table if you stay at the table
and keep playing.
Yes, and then you can put the quarters out to indicate who's going to challenge the winner.
But maybe they were looking for somebody to play. They had their quarters there.
They left.
I didn't want to play with them. I wanted to play with my buddy, and we weren't interested in playing.
You're not doing a tournament
because we just wanted to play a friendly game amongst ourselves, as opposed to these two a-holes, which of course they were great playing. They were great at pool, and they ended up beating us. But I was just like,
I don't want to play against you.
Does anybody understand the issue here? They weren't playing pool. They were sitting at the bar, which was empty, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what is this? This is what you do.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are a bunch of dicks.
This is what you do.
You should have done the thing that
this is your thing
that the Joker does in The Dark Knight and break it in half. And
I know we're having tryouts.
I think I have a good idea.
Ask me how I got these scars. My wife was always sad. I just wanted her to smile.
There are times when I wish I didn't care about getting arrested. You know what I mean? Just snap the cue and go.
So the question you have to ask yourself is it worth letting me and my friend play pool?
You're right.
What about this?
Or do you want this cue rammed through your optic nerve?
Steve, that is going to be my go-to from now on. When I have that confrontation moment, I'm going to think about that and maybe pull a joke.
Sure, why not?
You know? Is it the scars?
Scars.
Are they bothering you?
Just wanted her to smile.
I love it. But some people did have to make a night of it on Friday. And one of the stories that we didn't get a chance to hear was from our intern, Christy, because she was up at the Cardboard Classic with us and made a break for it on Friday after the Cardboard Classic. And we heard, now I've already heard the story, but I'll let her tell you.
I haven't,
that she ended up having to stay with a stranger, that a stranger took her in, is what I heard.
Right.
So I started asking her about it. I'm like, we should hear this story on the air. So, Chrissy, you left. Did you leave right after the sledding was done and try to head home?
Yeah, I left there was like 2 sleds to go, so we just headed out trying to get out of there. And
what time? Yeah. What time would you say? Because when I left, I went up to the bar after and hung out for a little bit. I left around 1 o'clock. You had to leave around
12:15.
12:15.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got back to the hotel, checked out, started my car, went to the bathroom, all that stuff, and then so I started to leave, and right as I'm leaving, a fire truck must have exploded or something.
Exploded?
On the road. It just tipped over. Someone said that they were going 90 miles an hour down the road, and there was they weren't clear.
You don't exaggerate much, do you? It went from exploded to tipped over to 90 miles an hour.
No, someone did say it was 90 miles
It was,
an hour.
okay. Not even the most finely tuned vehicle could travel down that road at 90
Well, it was traveling at 9 miles an hour because it had exploded and it was flying forward, Preston.
Got it. Okay, so anyhow.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
So there was no getting down the road, essentially.
So there was an atomic bomb blast.
Yes.
So you're looking to get out on the road and get home. Where do you live, by the way, here?
I live in South Jersey.
South Jersey, okay.
Oh my God. And what road is this, by the way? Is this did you get out of?
I got out of the resort, and right in front of me, I was the next car to go, a police officer started putting flares up and everything.
Casey, whatever that road is that goes to the resort.
940.
940. All right, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyhow.
So they were redirecting traffic up this hill. It was the steepest hill I'd ever seen in my life.
There are a lot of them there, yeah.
And trying to drive up, I make it maybe halfway up, and I start rolling backwards. And I don't know what to do. I've never driven in these conditions before. So I'm just sitting there. These people come up to me and said, we'll push you up the hill. We don't really know what we're doing, but we'll push you up the hill. So I'm like, all right, you know better than me. And then this woman comes out of the thicket. And
she just comes walking out of the woods.
It appears to me that she was coming out. It appeared that she was coming out of the woods. She, I did learn that she had parked her car up there, and she lived on this really steep hill. It was like a development of houses, and she says, "Can I get into your car and I'll help you?" and she helps me, and she can't get my car up the hill. So
she gets behind the wheel.
She gets behind the wheel.
Because she's done this before. Or we assume because she lives next to this stinking hill.
Yes.
Okay.
So she knows what she's doing, but my car's an old person car, so we're not going to get up the hill. So she decides to reverse down the hill, and as she's doing that, I kind of, I'm really grateful for her, and I'm thankful that she helped me. But I kind of start to realize that she reeks of alcohol.
Oh boy.
So
seriously?
Man.
Yeah. So I was like,
And it's noon.
all right, well, like the cardboard class is going on. Maybe she was like, there, and maybe she was not there.
But she was thirsty, right?
She was thirsty, and she goes, "Is this your coffee or mine?" And I said, "That's mine." And she just proceeded to drink it anyway.
She just picked up coffee and started drinking it.
Okay, I didn't know that this is where the story was going.
Okay.
Yes. So
At any point did she call you a dirty bird?
no. we
Dude,
didn't
that's
get there.
what I thought immediately. Misery. All right, go ahead.
Seriously.
Well, I need to jump.
What's your name, Annie?
Was this right near the lake by any chance?
It
Or,
might have been,
right near like Split Rock, there's another lodge.
yeah, it was right near the lodge.
Okay,
I was
so
about a minute walk from there.
I know this hill. Nick, this is the hill that you and I went down.
Yeah, that's where the fire truck
that
was.
we had to
Yeah.
traverse.
That it exploded earlier.
Down.
Yeah, going 90 miles an hour.
It was scary going down the hill, not even going up the hill. That's okay. So I know exactly.
but you
where this
potentially
is.
have you have someone who's potentially drunk sitting at the wheel of your car trying to help. But you're thankful
Drinking her
for it.
I'm thankful
Drinking your
for
coffee.
her.
Yeah.
Yes, and
At least she offered to help.
I let her have the coffee, obviously, and but she was helping me. I didn't know what else to do. And
nice.
She gets my car down the hill,
You have any birth control?
and then we end up in a ditch on like the side because the sides of the hill are like divoted down.
Right. Yeah.
So we end up on the side of the hill. Someone pushes my car out, and I'm like, okay, I'm not driving anymore. I'm gonna end up in a ditch somewhere else alone. So she invites me back to her house.
Let me ask you this. Hang on real quick. Did it end up in the ditch with her behind the wheel?
It did.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right, go ahead.
That's when I was like, all right, she needs to get up.
Here,
out
let me
from
help
behind
you. I'm
the
going to
wheel.
run you into a ditch.
Yep.
So I go back to her house with her, and
So you guys had to walk there. You had to walk to her house. You had to go through the thicket again.
How far?
Okay.
She just lived at the top of the hill, so we were
Okay.
able to walk. It was like less than a minute walk.
Okay.
And we get into her house, and things start getting weird. She starts telling me her boyfriend doesn't believe her, that she couldn't leave to come see him, so she makes me call him and tell him that I had been lost and I needed help, so that's why she can't go see him.
Oh,
and there's all these snow conditions.
How old is she? About?
She had to have been maybe late 40s,
Okay.
50s, some,
Yeah, an
not
adult
like a
girl.
Okay.
teenage
Grown woman.
Yeah,
My
like,
boyfriend. Do me a favor, sweetie.
so I'm like, all right, I'm thankful that she got me away from the hill, but I need to get away from her now. So I just leave my car at the base of the hill, and she walks me to Split Rock, and I just got a room at the lodge. But the lodge is about a mile away from where the restaurant and everything is. So I spent 30 hours with no food, no drink, nothing, and just alone in my room watching
Yeah, because
cops.
at the base, the story was, and we heard this on Monday, I guess, was, hey, somebody took Christy in. And
Yeah, that was awesome.
She got stuck, and they took her, and she ended up having to stay at somebody's house. We're like, well, that was really nice. It was nice of somebody, a local, a local to help out, and and it ended up being this.
You see, I've known for some time why I was chosen to save you. You and I were meant to be together forever. Now our time in this world must end.
And that was Christy's moment.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to be the mom for a second, but you should have never went with her, and you should have called one of us.
Well, see, the thing is, the Verizon towers went down, so I had no service.
From the explosion of the
fire
truck, yeah.
So the only time I could get service was when I got into the hotel and I could use their Wi-Fi. So I had already had a room at that point, and I was like, well, what am I going to say? I'm stuck, and you're going to say, me too.
Yeah. All right.
No, but instead of going to, I guess you couldn't get in touch with us, but still.
What was the woman's house like? Was she into taxidermy?
No, it was.
I'm working on this owl.
It was old on the inside. I didn't really want to take a look.
Smell like mothballs?
No.
I was also thinking of Pulp Fiction when a spider caught a couple flies.
So here's
Just
the
a
thing.
moment of opportunity.
Yeah. I have someone who lives in a box in the basement. I'd love you to meet him. His name is the Gimp.
When Nick and I were going down this hill, there was a car that was trying to go up the hill.
That lady was out of her car.
Could have been.
And it was a like a light colored, maybe like silver Toyota something or other.
Did that lady yell at you?
No.
She yelled at me.
Did she really?
About
Why?
what?
Yeah, well, because she didn't want me to go any further because of the fire. I'm not exaggerating. Because of the fire truck that was on its side down that hill, and she was warning me, but she was doing it in a shocking, sort of half-hinged kind of a manner. And I was like, all right, I
You
got
think it was the same woman?
I'm wondering.
Okay.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt?
I don't remember what she was wearing, but
I'm not talking about that.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt that said Archie Bunker for president?
That was on Nick. That was on Lake Drive or whatever. The hill I'm talking about that you were stuck on, I believe, was Estate.
Yeah, that's what it was called, Estates Drive or whatever.
Wow. So how long? So when you got into the house, how long were you in the house?
Maybe like an hour.
An hour?
You were there that long?
Because I didn't know what
Want
to
to watch
do.
my stories with me?
What were you? Yeah. What were you guys talking about after you got off the phone with her boyfriend?
She kept asking me like really odd questions.
You'll never know the fear of losing someone like you if you're someone like me.
She really wanted to make me a meal. She wanted to take pictures with me.
Are you a good girl? Are you a good girl?
She just wanted to like document the moment that like she had saved someone.
This is sounding very similar to the Hawaii trip, Preston.
Somebody was texting in and asked if there were swords on the wall.
Yeah, it could have gone that way if she didn't leave.
I don't want to be forward, but I can see your dirty pillows.
Did you take?
You don't want boys touching your dirty pillows.
Did you take your jacket off and hat and gloves and stuff?
Yeah, because I was so like
well, you're lovely.
soaked from being outside, so I wanted to get on.
Do you wonder how I got the smile? I know you couldn't see it with my ski mask on. I have this permanent smile that I gave myself, you see.
And so you were there.
Could you call my boyfriend?
So you're there about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus Christ. You must have thought at some point, I'm going to die. I'm going to get murdered by this person.
Me and Nick just drove right past you.
You didn't know that probably at the same yes. They were. What time did you guys leave?
After her.
Yeah.
How long after her?
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. At our Camp Out for Hunger this year, which let me reiterate, raised over 1.6 million pounds of food.
Amazing.
And just shy of $1 million, $995,710 to be specific. We had a lot of people to thank and a lot of incentives to have people come out and donate. Remember, yesterday we awarded the prize for the trip with Philly Sports Trips to Spring Training. That went to a gentleman by the name of Kevin Mong from Blackwood. We have another announcement to make because this year we wanted to stimulate the high school community to donate and organize food drives at their own schools. And we had our good friends at College Ave also offer up a very nice incentive for this.
It really was instrumental in getting the kind of reaction, and I'm very happy with the reaction that we saw.
We want to thank all the schools that did gather and collect and bring down their donation, and we're going to try to do this again next year if we can. But we had to have a winner, and we randomly chose this school, and we would like to announce that $5,000 from College Ave is going to go to Eastern Regional High School in Voorhees, New Jersey. So congratulations, gang. You did it. You raised some food. You did a very wonderful thing, and you are going to be rewarded for that.
It seemed that every school that came down had a great time. They were swept up in the charity of the situation, motivated on a multitude of reasons, but I hope it's something they took away and said, okay, next year again and be a part of it. We'd love to see you call upon other schools to answer the call as well.
Yeah, and then you're hoping that year after year that each class wants to top the one before.
To top the one, yeah.
And so this $5,000 is going to go to whatever Eastern State Regional High School deems it to be used for. It could be a senior trip. It could be
fake IDs.
Maybe fake IDs for everybody who might pass as 21. No, but it can go towards a lot of different things.
Yeah, post-prom, prom, dances,
whatever you want.
Senior trips, whatever.
They've earned it.
Yep. Yeah. So congratulations to you, Eastern Regional High School in Voorhees, New Jersey. We thank you for your contributions to Camp Out for Hunger. All right, let's get to the Bizarre Five.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All All right, this morning it is brought to you by Red Robin. They have got holiday gifts all wrapped. You can give the gift of Yum with a $30 Red Robin holiday gift card and get a $5 bonus buck reward for you. And that's now through December 31st. Red Robin, Yum. So a Thanksgiving Day marathon held in Watertown, New York. Literally at this event, a grandma got run over by an actual reindeer.
Oh, my God. That's perfect.
It was a deer, not a reindeer, but close enough. So little did Elmo, Shropshire, and Patsy Trigg know that 45 years after the release of their silly song about a grandmother being trampled to death by one of Santa's reindeer, their song would come to life just without the Santa part. During the Turkey Day run in Watertown, a pack of deer decided to enter the race. And in the footage, the deer nimbly slices through the crowd of racers clad in their winter wear. One of them slammed head-on into a group of 3 women at full speed, knocking over 2 of them, including the titular grandma.
I mean, it's perfect. You can't argue with it.
The reindeer quickly stood up and fled the scene. One of the trampled women was treated for minor injuries on the scene, while the other was taken to the hospital via ambulance and treated for minor injuries, but it was bound to someday actually happen.
By the way, I hate that song.
I know. It's a little beat up. All right, here's a story out of Oregon. A tractor trailer hauling packages of cashews and almonds caught on fire early Tuesday morning.
Back home to Oregon.
It was in the southbound lanes of Interstate 5. The fire originated in the tractor and quickly spread to the trailer, which was loaded with boxes of edible almonds.
I take a flamethrower to this place.
And cashew nuts. And I don't report on all the truck fires that I read about, but I thought this one was because of one particular line. It said firefighters used a saw to access the trailer and remove burning nuts from its interior. This is the first time I've seen burning nuts.
Burning nuts.
In a story.
So you do roast chestnuts.
Yes.
But you wouldn't roast these kind of nuts.
I don't know. I mean, there
could
are.
You? You could, right?
There's roasted peanuts.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the most popular kind. So maybe roasted cashews or other. Maybe cashews are roasted. I'm not really sure. And roasted almonds. Who knows? So the squad then worked to cut the tractor and trailer into separate pieces, and the fire had damaged.
These nuts are still on fire.
The connection point, preventing them from being easily detached. After the fire was put down, the scene was handed over to the Oregon Department of Transportation a few hours after the incident began. So I bet it smelled nice.
Oh, my God. It must have smelled great.
Yeah. A research facility in Australia is in hot water over losing track of its viruses.
That's not good.
No. Government officials recently confirmed a major breach at the state-run public health virology laboratory in Queensland that occurred in 2021, by the way. A breach resulting in the misplacement of samples containing several potentially deadly germs, including hantavirus. Queensland officials reported the incident on Monday. Over 300 virus samples have gone missing. The government is now launching an investigation into the lost samples, though they are not believed to pose any danger to the public. The misplaced samples contained Hendra virus, Lassa virus, and the hantavirus. And all 3 viruses are predominantly caught through contact with animals and can cause life-threatening infections.
So, did somebody go to the virology lab, open up a bag, and it was like a tuna sandwich? They swap something out? How do you lose that stuff?
Hendra's natural hosts are flying fox bats. Hantaviruses are primarily found in rodents, and Lassa viruses can infect many animals, mammals, but tend to be found in bats. Officials say these samples appear to go missing sometime after a freezer used to store them broke down.
Write your name on the bag.
It's not known whether the samples were moved elsewhere and then lost, or if they were destroyed without being recorded as such.
Actually, that's a good idea to protect your lunch. Just write virus samples.
It's a great idea.
Right?
Yes. All right, over the course of 43 years, a couple in Austria has gotten married and divorced 12 times.
What? A little indecisive.
Well, it appears to have nothing to do with falling in and out of love. The unidentified couple is now being investigated by authorities who claim their frequent divorces are part of a $343,000 pension scam. A loophole in Austrian law allows new brides to get their hands on over $25,000 for each marriage, and the couple has now been married 13 times in just over 4 decades. Witnesses say that the couple appears to have a model marriage, and investigators eventually found out that through all of the divorces that they'd never actually been separated.
So what was the accumulative amount of money that they accrued?
$343,000. Yep. All right, and then one last story, and we will wrap it up. How about this one? A hangry California woman was arrested after allegedly pulling a gun on fast food employees over missing French fries. I mean,
I kind of get it.
What kind of fries were they?
When asked to resolve the issue inside with her receipt, the woman reportedly threatened staff, claiming that she had a loaded pistol in her purse, which her 9-year-old daughter was holding. Officers
Hold
arrived.
this, sweetie.
Cover me. Officers arrived.
Mommy's going to get our fries back.
Secured the firearm and arrested the woman for criminal threats and child endangerment. The police department joked she had to wait even longer for her food, which unfortunately was a sandwich and milk rather than a hamburger and fries. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we have a break to take. When we return, we have a few guests that'll be joining us, and we'll kick it off with our good friend, Mr. Marc Summers. He is in a Hanukkah special coming up.
Yes, Hallmark.
It's a Hallmark special, and it's called Hanukkah on the Rocks. We'll be back in a moment with him and more. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I left around 12:30, 12:45.
Did you go up that hill?
No, I didn't go that way.
Yeah, I went all the way around and then ended up finding where Casey was.
They ended up coming the opposite way, so they were going down the hill. She was going up the hill.
I was trying to get back to the turnpike on the south side of Dead Boulder.
I felt pretty bad because on my way back to Jack Frost, after I tried to get on the Northeast Extension, I came back and I'm coming through the entrance, and there was a white, I don't know if it was like a Suburban or something like that, that was in a ditch so far so that it was laying on its side.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it too.
I came upon it, Kathy, and Sayadala Kong Kong. No, I came upon it, Kathy. It must have been shortly after the windshield wipers were still going. They had flashers on.
Oh, wow.
And I couldn't stop. I wanted to help, but I'm like, if I stop, I'll get stuck too, and it's just going to make the problem worse. So I just kept on going. I know. Good luck. I felt so bad, but I thought that I would.
That's when the wood split. Oh, she's got it. Yeah.
I thought that it would compact the problem if I stopped, and then the next day when we checked out and left, it was still sitting there.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I wouldn't have been able to done anything anyway.
That thing was fully on its side. What could you
Was
have
there
done?
anybody in it? Because when I passed it,
I don't know.
There were people helping someone out of it. So
Yeah.
there was like I guess Jack Frost security or somebody was assisting.
There had to have been somebody still. Wait, did you go back to the resort?
No.
No, this was on the way to the resort.
Oh, because there was
This is across the highway.
There was another vehicle, a similar vehicle on its side, exactly as you're describing.
Okay, but the wipers were still on, the lights were, the flashes were on, so it was still running. So people were probably inside of it.
When you were going through the wallet, yeah.
I just. I had to make a decision.
Some money? Credit cards?
Quickly, and I decided to keep going.
Nice.
Yeah.
New app? New iPhone.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. It's. I'm glad you got out of there, though, Christy.
Me too.
I could see you, yeah.
It sounded pretty bizarre.
Are you a good girl?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Don't do that ever again.
Yeah.
Did you get her number at least?
I did, yeah. She wanted me to text her when I got home, but I didn't because I was afraid she was
call her?
Hi, Christy. It's me from the mountain. You remember me?
Her name was Mary, by the way.
Mary's the name.
I wonder if she remembers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, she documented it, pictures and everything.
No, we did not take pictures. I refused.
Really? So what, was she looking for a selfie, or was she going to pose you?
Well, she wanted to take a selfie outside, but I had already taken my shoes off at that point. I was like, oh, it's too much to put my shoes back on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's how you come.
Oh, that's the way it's going to be.
Well, all right. Well, cool. Are you gonna, now? You said you're not used to driving in the snow. You know what's funny is the thing you said to me this morning. You go, "I'm from New Jersey. I don't know how to drive in the snow." I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? It snows all the time here in the winter."
Well, I just meant.
How
like,
old are you?
23.
Okay.
I just meant like up in mountain snow. I could drive in New Jersey snow.
New Jersey snow, not mountain snow. Okay. Because New Jersey snow has jug handles and mountain snow doesn't.
Exactly. Yeah, it's much easier.
All right, thank you, intern Christy, with her story of survival in the Poconos on Friday during a nor'easter.
You know her experience as psycho.
Yeah, exactly. In yet another case of medical negligence, in India, the severed leg of a victim was allegedly used at Maharani Medical College as a pillow to prop up the man.
What? This is amazing what's going on here. When you're traveling, you have your junk in a tuna can, and now human limbs are being used as pillows.
The victim claimed...
I sort of missed the iguana story.
That hospital staff used his amputated leg under his head as a pillow.
Does that feel better?
After the case came to light,
thank you.
The college principal assured strict action against those found guilty. She said he was given immediate medical aid. The doctor looked for something to raise his head.
First, I created my pillow. Now, my leg. A revolution in sleeping. You're going to love it.
For the best sleep in the whole wide world, visit myleg.com.
That was pretty damn good, guys.
Thank you.
You're going to love it. The leg contours to your head.
So the doctor looked for something to raise his head. Patients,
there was nothing around like a new
shirt
something?
You could wad up or something.
A shirt?
Hey, so Preston had thrown out the stat in the last 4 seasons. Villanova's won more games than any other program in America with 129 wins. And you're... go ahead.
Only one camp out for Cahunger shootout.
There we go. That stat is missing from the page.
Still gnawing at me.
There's always next year, man. There's always next year.
I got to tell you, impressive. Perhaps you can clarify this. There's another stat on this page we have here. Apparently, Coach, you're the most well-endowed head coach for 16 seasons standing.
No.
Am I reading that correctly?
No. He's been Villanova's William J. Finneran endowed head coach.
Oh, you skipped a few words.
I'm sorry. Very different. I misread that.
Yes.
I apologize.
I mean, he's everything. He's probably that too.
I guess those extra words make it different.
You are officially out of your mind.
It's William Finneran, not well.
I'm sorry, I misread that.
Endowed.
You know what? There's a number of prestigious programs that have endowed coaching positions, and I've never heard that.
You can teach typing, and that's fine, but I think you're going to default to whatever you're most comfortable with anyway. You know, like
the Hunt and Peck thing.
Yeah,
I was taught, and I still do it.
I know, but like Jim Antes, for instance, have you ever seen him type?
Is that a Hunt and Peck guy?
He is our general sales manager, and he uses his whole left hand and then his right index finger, and that's how he types.
All right,
and
I've
that's
seen
what
people
works for him.
that just use the 2 index fingers and fast.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to watch. Marissa?
All right, going back to cleaning out the keyboards, I actually find it very soothing, kind of like getting a nice piece of earwax out. Have you ever turned over your keyboard and dumped out all the dirt that's in it?
No.
Can we do it to your keyboard that's right here?
Yeah. Go. I don't think. That keyboard. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Tons. This is an old.
Oh my God.
Gross.
It's a Microsoft keyboard here.
It's going to be bad.
Really?
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, there's a fingernail fell out.
You slimy bastard.
A fingernail fell out.
That's disgusting.
Oh, burn it.
Oh my God, Preston. That's a pubic hair.
Oh my God.
That's great.
I don't want to hit any of the keys here.
Marissa ran away from the microphone.
So, attorney Marty Singer has filed court papers demanding that FX provide him with all 10 episodes of Trust, a forthcoming series about J. Paul Getty III's 1973 kidnapping.
I'm back,
You're gonna
bitches.
I'm sorry?
I'm back, bitches.
Marty Singer.
Marty Singer's back and into his A. And the show Trust about the Getty family, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
They believe it's felonious, ridiculous, and absurd.
Okay.
And the family plans to vigorously fight the allegations and accusations made by this ridiculous series starring Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland's in it?
Yes, Donald Sutherland plays John Paul Getty Sr.
Okay. Could you please bring me up to speed? I don't know the story. I may or may have forgotten about the
There was a kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
And there were always allegations that the son or grandson arranged his own kidnapping.
So it was a
Right. To what I remember, and I'm going to have to say I'm maybe
so the
one notch
grandson-
closer to what than you are.
So there was a
kidnapping, a ransom,
and the grandson trying to get it himself.
And the family's stance on it was they never pay ransom.
So Marty Singer, yes, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
And
I said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible lawsuit.
It defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister.
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
So I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay. I'd
It
rather
rolls
go
off the
with
tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. That's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't even letters.
Ariadne. Those are not. The
I
court.
bet you it's
Go
like
ahead.
Adrian or something. And
it's a typo?
Yeah.
And they misspelled it? I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes,
we hate.
That we hate?
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit. So,
But it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around. They're
Right.
just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
yeah, and by the way, his statement was, this is outrageous.
It's outrageous and disgusting. It's not delightful. It's not lovely.
It's disgusting.
Yeah. It's not even swonderful.
Tiger Woods and ex-girlfriend Kristen Smith are fighting a legal battle as she's trying to get out of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed at the end of their relationship.
Is this the Perkins waitress?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Smith, who dated Woods from 2015 2017, so they were together for a while, claims that the agreement isn't enforceable for an undisclosed reason, and the two are in arbitration over her attempt to get out of it.
I wonder how legally binding, and we're seeing these things put to the test. These
3WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy, and welcome to the Nickelodeon Hour, because our next few guests have strong ties to the network. In a little while, we're going to talk to Michael and Danny from Pete and Pete.
Yes.
They're going to be immediately following our good, close, personal friend and one of our most favoritist people in the world, who is now a part of the Hallmark family.
This is my rush.
I know this is all about you.
This is my universe.
Please welcome our good friend, Mr. Marc Summers.
Pete, those guys are fantastic. Why are they coming on? They
So yeah, they're going to be in town, Mark. They're going to be here on Saturday at Neshaminy Creek Brewing Company, and they're doing this nostalgia evening. Is hang out and drink and play games and do stuff like that. You know,
they're really great guys. I've known them since they were, little kids.
Yes.
And to see them as grown-ups now, it's kind of weird. We do occasional autograph shows and things. We run into each other, but they're fantastic people. Tell them I said hi.
I will. So I guess they're kind of not quite to the extent of Dunkel Dare, but along those lines that you did. Which, by the way, we're overdue for that.
Yeah, I think it's time. You got to get a hold of Steven Starr and see if he can, pony up some dough so we can go and do that again.
Yes.
It seems to be never been a better time to be one Marc Summers. I mean, entering into the Hallmark universe, I think this is the second Hanukkah movie they've done, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Yeah.
And, I was doing this one-man show that, wait a minute, Preston, I don't think you, Steve, I don't think you
we never made it. He's right.
I was going to bring it up in the intro.
Marissa was there.
Marissa was there.
Always there to support me.
We feel
And
terrible.
I love the fact that you guys put me on the show all these years. But, I can show you a text here that I sent you, Preston, and you were going to check into the family.
No.
In fact, let me read the last one that I got here.
And I think he introduced you as a close personal friend.
Oh, my God.
I think that was it. But anyway, I can't find it right now. But anyway, I'm just joking with you. Somebody from Hallmark came to see the show, and a few weeks later, they called me and said, we're doing this movie that we think you'd be perfect for. And I said, yeah, but here's the problem. I don't act. And they said, no, of course you do. We just saw you do your one-man show. And I said, well, it's kind of different. So I said, send me the script, and I took a look at the first 20 pages, and I wasn't in it that much at the beginning, and I thought, well, okay, I can do this. So we made the deal, and then I read the rest of the show, and I realized I was a lead in this thing.
Yeah.
And I started to think, wait a minute, what have I gotten myself into? But you know what? It was actually easier to do than the one-man show for a bunch of reasons. It wasn't just me for 90 minutes. It was a bunch of people, which was great. Stacey Farber, by the way, who's a female lead, is amazing in this show. And you do 6 pages a day, and they keep changing the camera angles, so you do the same thing over and over and over again. So the memorization part wasn't as difficult as I thought it was going to be. But what an amazing experience. We shot in Winnipeg, Canada for 4 weeks, and it airs Friday night, 8 o'clock on the Hallmark Channel.
I'm going to watch it. Absolutely going to watch it. I didn't attend the show, but then again, I didn't get a text that Preston got. So, Preston, I'm throwing you under the bus. Please understand. But no. But this is very cool, and it's funny though that you'd say about an issue with. You do a one-man show, but remembering lines was a little bit frightening for you for this. Why do you think that is?
Because on the one-man show, I'm playing myself. But now I'm playing a character.
Yeah.
And I took acting classes 100 years ago in Los Angeles. And when I read the script, the final thing, the last part is very dramatic, and I have to get very emotional and tear up. And that was my biggest problem in acting class. I could never cry on cue. And it took me till I was 72 years old till I was able to just not be inhibited about this stuff and do it. And when we got done with that scene, the exec producer came around from the camera crying, hugged me and said, "That's amazing that you were able to pull that off." So I finally saw a screener the other day, and I was nervous that I was going to look like a guy pretending to act. But man, I am really, really proud of what we did.
I understand that for that teary-eyed scene, you called upon Preston blowing off your text.
You have to use some inspiration there. You know, something that gets you very sad.
Something really got you in the heart.
I would think we have people like, established actors, legendary actors who hate seeing themselves in daily. So
Adrian Brody,
for example, I think the notion of seeing you trying to be emotional, but I was watching the trailers and coming attractions. You look like you're in your element. Has this lit a match as far as future acting gigs like this?
Yeah, I think so. Because I'm at a point in my life where I'm just trying to, figure out what's next. The phone continually seems to ring right now. And yeah, I would like to do more of this stuff. I mean, there's some conversations because of what I did in New York. I did this one-man show. I don't know if you guys know that. And I have been asked to audition for some actual Broadway musicals coming up, which is kind of cool. Wow. And, little comments from the folks over at Hallmark saying, would you be interested in doing another one? Yeah. So why not?
I mean,
this is your.
It's perfect.
This is phenomenal. That this is happening at this stage in your life.
Yep.
You know what? I mean, you can retire and relax and do what you want to do, but now you're having these offers and you can take them or you can leave them. That's a pretty sweet spot to be in right now.
It is. It's a lot of fun, and it's funny. You guys know that. Nickelodeon and I have not been the best of friends throughout the last several years.
Yes. Oh, we're aware.
But I got a phone call the other day, and they want me to do something for their NFL Slime Time thing coming up. So I'm shooting something for them.
That's excellent.
In January. So I just never know. When you wake up in the morning, who's going to be on the email, who's going to be texting, who's going to be calling. It's just all an experience, and I'm having a ball.
There's something about, either people get the Hallmark thing or they don't. I do. I happen to buy into it hook, line, and sinker.
What is it that you love about it?
So it is comfort food. It is that meal that you love to sit in front of the TV. And people will sort of try to castigate them by saying, well, they're so predictable. That's exactly it. you know you're going to feel good. It's pleasant people. It's the, in this case, it's Hanukkah, but it looks appropriately Hanukkah festive. And it takes place for a large part in a bar. And there's people that you'll see go through some changes. They're a little bit sharper written than most people give them credit for, and I think now more than ever, people are saying, okay, I love Lacey Chabert and I love the whole collective, and I love all the different paths they're going on. I think, it's time for some Hanukkah stuff.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned Lacey Chabert, and so I hate these things, Mark. I can't stand them. But my wife watches them constantly, and I'm there just to see Lacey Chabert and Alicia Witt, and that's the reason I'm there. So who's the hot girl in yours?
Well, yes, Stacey Farber is the hot girl in ours.
Okay,
and it's interesting that I talk to people who tell me that it is comfort food. I did the View the other day, and Sarah said she just keeps it on 24/7, kind of like they used to do with Food Network. We just have a good feeling when you're watching.
It's exactly it. It's exactly it. And because there are worse things in the world than to have people go through some problems, come out the other side a little bit better for it. People that you like, to see you is going to be awesome playing this character. So the more the merrier. Now, would you? The word is at some point in your life you were perhaps entertaining the notion of becoming a rabbi.
Yes.
Could we see you perhaps as Rabbi Summers in another Hanukkah movie for Hallmark?
I think I'd have to go back to my real name and have to be Rabbi Berkowitz. I have a feeling, but
yes,
at this point, I'm not particularly choosy, and anything could happen. I play an older Jewish man. Boy, typecasting. Sam Rosen. I'm a Jewish grandfather. And just to tip a little bit of the situation, I'm in Chicago. I've had a dry cleaning business for years. I have a successful son who's a doctor in Florida, and they're trying to convince me to move down to Florida. And he sends my grandson up to try and convince me to move. And in the process, I play matchmaker with he and this lovely young lady who just lost her job.
I love it.
And the rest, as you know, is Hallmark history.
So you're also satisfying my requirements, and I say this all the time. The girl has to be next door attractive.
She is.
The guy has to be handsome to my standards.
Yes.
He is. So
Darren
you're
is, yeah.
firing on all cylinders.
All right, and then so the question is how does the holiday surround all this? How does Hanukkah come into play, other than it just being the time of the year?
You perform a Prince at the bar, right?
I've run out of Hanukkah candles, and the other character, the female character, Stacey's character, her grandmother wants you to get some candles, and apparently my grandson and this young lady fight over the last box of Hanukkah candles in this venue, that's how everything sort of begins. Here was what was interesting to me, because as I say, I'm not an actor prior to this, but I think I'm maybe becoming one. Every Hallmark movie, from what I understand, ends with lots of kissing.
Yeah,
okay?
yes, within the last minute.
As we got to that final scene, it's a heavy makeup scene. I got to tell you.
Because this is Hanukkah, does it end with shtupping?
Yeah.
Well, no. Maybe when we go to credits afterwards, something like that could happen. But but afterwards, I was standing right next to him. Do you rehearse the kissing? They didn't. And they were making out like crazy. And at the end, I said, oh, my God, that was really believable. And I said to Stacey, is that difficult to do? She said, if you like the guy, and I really like him, it was easy. It's like, and then they go to lunch. It's the weirdest thing to see, Wow.
So when you're in that situation, having not done that, where you're with a group of actors performing and you're having these exchanges, is a hard thing for you because you were on stage by yourselves for so often doing this?
Yes.
Not lapsing into observer, like, I'm watching this performance. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right about that. I also got some good ad libs in, which, when they get into the edit room, are they going to keep them in? And son of a gun, 2 lines, which I never thought we were going to get in the movie, are in the movie.
That's awesome.
And they will stand out. You will know what they are, believe me, one especially. And so the fact that they gave me some freedom there and let me do my thing, and they trusted me, my background is comedy, and I'm supposed to play this, older guy with a sense of humor, and it kind of worked.
Mark, did you have to, because you've been a host for so long, even when you were doing your show, you still have you're projecting because you're in front of a live audience. That changes when you're talking about cameras and on a sound set. Did you have to work to get to that type of delivery?
Great question. 100% yes. Darren Kagasoff, who is the male lead in this thing, he does everything super low key. And as I was watching, and I was wondering, it doesn't seem to me as I'm in the room that there's enough energy going on.
Yeah.
But, the directors and producers would tell him otherwise. And of course, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was my first movie. And when you see him on screen, he's fantastic. He knew how to play this part against the female lead and interact with me, because these guys they've been acting for 15, 20 years. I've been, acting for 15 or 20 minutes. And so I sat back and I observed a lot. Here was the interesting thing. Because the end was so dramatic, I had an acting coach with me the entire time. And I kept saying, I want to memorize that last part. I want to memorize that last part. And he said, no. So for week 1, they wouldn't let me memorize it. Week 2, they wouldn't let me memorize it. Week 3, they wouldn't let me memorize it. And the week before we were going to shoot it, I said, now. And he said, now. And I said, why did you hold me back? And he said, because the characters have developed and you know them differently now than you would have known them at week 1. And you're going to treat this piece totally different. And boy, he was 150% right. And I think that's why I was able to get emotional at the end, because I was so attached to these characters. They were actors and they were friends over the 4 weeks we were there. But I got to know who they were playing, and it made that part easier for me.
Wow. I love the whole process, and I love because you're used to firing a howitzer on stage because you're
yes.
Right. So, and I'll never forget a story that I think it was Rosie O'Donnell talked about on the League of Their Own. And she's watching a scene, and it's one of her first movies, real movies, and she's looking at Gina Davis, and they're filming the scene. And she's back. She can't even quite hear what she's saying. She goes, "This is not act. What is this?" And then she sees the dailies, and she's like, "Oh, yeah, that's what that is," and that it's an intimate medium, and that it's pauses, and it's looks, and a furrowed brow, and it's all of that.
Well, when I was taking acting classes in L.A., literally 35 years ago, Kevin Nealon was in my acting class, and we had to cry. Week 1, I couldn't cry. Week 2, I couldn't cry. Week 3, I couldn't cry. And he said to me, think of something that was really dramatic in your life or upsetting. And I said, I grew up in a middle-class, Jewish neighborhood. I pretty much had what I wanted. I had nothing to recall.
Right.
And he said, you're going to cry this week. And I finally, I can't believe, I literally picked up a chair and threw it at the acting coach because I could not get to that point. And I was so angry, I took it out on him as opposed to admitting to myself that I could not do it. And the day after I did this scene where I broke down, I called Marc, who was my acting coach, who's still around. He's in his late 70s. And I said, I just want to let you know I was finally able to pull that off. And he said, congratulations.
That's all, because it is to the that's why the method and all of these things, and whatever, however an actor gets to it. Preston read it. I'm going to read a Pacino's book about acting, and he has this reputation as being this method actor, but he says he's not. He's really just in a moment. It's how you get to those places, how you discern a character. Now, mind you, this is your first foray of this level, but all those things have to be working simultaneously as you're sitting there as this regular guy. I think just the notion of being, how do I not be Marc Summers here?
That was my biggest concern, and I know that Steve, you will be watching, and
I will.
Yes, and Preston, I will be texting you right after the movie.
Okay,
I want to hear your honest to gosh. I know you're not a big fan of these kind of things, but I want you to tell me seriously. Did I play Marc Summers or did I play Sam Rosen, the character I'm supposed to be? I really want to know what you guys think.
Challenge accepted.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
It's the least you can do for him. By the way, I didn't do the same thing, but I'm going to hold you
I feel
to a
free
higher
to put
standard.
it all on me,
As a
man.
team, I blame all of you.
Yes, that's the right way to do it.
Marissa showed up.
Sure.
She did. So it's tomorrow at 8, by the way. So this is when you'll be able to see Hanukkah on the Rocks on Hallmark. So make sure that you don't miss that. Marissa, are we doing this now or 2 minutes? 1 minute. Okay. All right. We're gonna panel you in with Pete and Pete.
Oh, good.
With Danny and Michael. So we'll let you guys chit chat before we move everything along. By the way, Marc, is what's going on with your podcast? If you had any your online interview podcast.
Yes, the biggest numbers we got. The last one I did was Carrot Top, and it exploded.
Really? Yes.
It was fascinating to me because people have an opinion of Carrot Top, and the good thing about it was after they listened to the podcast, they said, wow, I had no idea how bright this guy was, how funny he was. And, once again, if you go into Las Vegas, you must see his show. He is brilliant, changes material all the time, funny as hell. And that's, that's been it. Here's the thing that's been going on with podcasts, though. The entire world has a podcast.
Yes.
And when I'm up against, for instance, I've been trying to get Tom Selleck on mine for the longest time. And when I was in New York, I was at the 92nd Street Y, got backstage and, asked him point blank, would you do my podcast? And I got some tap dancing and handed it off to somebody. And then the next day they passed. And then Ted Danson did like an hour and a half with him. Well, I can't compete with Ted Danson. He's this massive name. And so it's getting harder and harder to book these things.
Well, you also have to remember he was one of the 3 men and a baby. So had it been 3 men and a baby and Marc Summers, you probably would have had a better shot. But no, again, there was some tracks like the Carrot Top stuff. You're a very good interviewer, but you're right. Yes. The actual stats, the actual numbers are approximately 5 million separate podcast shows. 2.5 million of those shows only have 3 episodes because people start them. Yes. And cancel them. So yes, I know exactly what you're saying. How do you break away from the pack? But you're a very good interviewer, and you have a definite empathy with the interviewee. And Carrot Top is everyone. He was easily dismissed, for a while. But the guy's a cool guy. He really is. He's a brilliant. He's paid his dues.
And we've had Kevin Pollak on and Richard Kind and Howie Mandel. We've had some really, really good names. And, people do listen when you hear those things. And the whole point about my podcast is if you're coming to plug something, you're not allowed to be on. It's about overcoming obstacles. And you look at somebody on a movie or a Broadway show and say, wow, they're the luckiest humans in the world. No, that's not the point. The point is they worked so hard to get there. And the stories that they have about getting from point A to point B are fascinating. And I think that's what draws the people to our podcast.
Absolutely.
Nice. All right, Marissa, what story? We're good?
All right.
We're trying to coordinate this. We've never done this before. We've never paneled the Zoom interviews
We're
before.
also trying to land a booster rocket back on the gantry.
There's a lot of moving parts as we speak.
We're going to do a three-way thing here, huh?
Marissa's giving me a thumbs up, so I'm going to welcome them while we're doing this interview with you, Marc. They're going to be appearing for what is described as an evening of fun and games with your childhood TV heroes. It is Saturday night, 6 to 9:30 at Neshaminy Creek Brewing Company, and it's called Nostalgia Personified. We want to welcome Michael C. Marona and Danny Tamberelli from Pete and Pete this morning. Hey, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, Philadelphia.
And Marc Summers is here with you.
How are you?
Oh, my beautiful Marc, the love of my life.
Marc, it's
Tamberelli. How's the family?
Family's good. I'm sitting in the car because I had to do drop off this morning. Okay, and I'm the only one that drives in my house. That's my job. I don't get a paycheck for it, but I work really hard at it.
Danny and I were in Hartford, Connecticut doing one of those autograph shows, and he brought the entire family. His wife was there and the kids, and he's signing autographs, he's taking pictures, he's changing diapers, he's doing it all.
That's true. Yeah, my kids are like, why are these people waiting in line to get your autograph, Daddy? Change my diaper.
Did your paths cross when you were all actively working for Nickelodeon?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
We used to do a thing called Nick Takes Over Your School.
Yeah.
Nick Takes Over Your School. What was that?
Oh man, it's you want to tell it, Marc?
No, you go ahead. Your turn.
Somebody threw in a bunch of box tops and sent it into Nickelodeon, and if you won, Nickelodeon would come to your school and they would take over for the day. They would slime your teachers. They would have messy games and activities, not unlike Double Dare.
Yes,
and,
but we also had big rock stars. Whoever was like the number one rock group at the time would come and sing in the auditorium for these kids, and we were there for 8 hours. And it was, Pete and Pete and Marc Summers and Mr. Wizard, and we all came and hung out.
Well, that's why I'm sorry.
To date it for you, it was the release of Whoomp Silo Ace, the Spanish language version. There it is. It was tag team. It was tag team.
Was a musical guest.
Was the takeover.
You know what? We've been talking about nostalgia over the past couple of months, and the sort of shift that takes place. Like now, what becomes the hot nostalgic moment, and you guys are right in the pocket, and it's got to be wild to you, sharing and seeing the ravenous nature with which the fan base looks at your work. I'm sure at the time, there would be no way, especially when you're young kids, when you guys in particular were starting, to say, this is going to be something that is going to have people almost teary-eyed coming up for autographs.
Danny, Michael, how old were you guys when you started this thing?
11, turning 12.
Jeez. Wow. I was 7 years old, yeah.
And how'd you get the parts?
They were looking for redheads. It was very easy. Seriously? Yeah, that was it. There was just a general color sweeping Times Square.
You're really glossing that over. I would say, for me, I went in, I auditioned, and usually when you come out of the audition, no one comes out with you, but the casting director and Chris and Will, the creators, came out, and my mom thought I had done something wrong. She was ready to scold me. She's like, "What did you do? Did you say something?
Use the word?
I told you no cuss words."
Danny, was your first acting? Was it a Huggies commercial?
No, well, no. Well, my first real gig was on Ryan's Hope. Do you remember that?
Yeah, Ryan's Hope, the soap opera. Yeah.
Well, Sean Novak, the dad, who was maybe in the IRA, maybe got blown up. I'm not sure. He went away for a long time, and he might have come back at the very end because they knew the show was ending. But that was my dad, so I had a very traumatic youth as a Ryan's Hope child.
Wow.
Well, you guys were like following stuff. I mean. Certainly Double Dare was one of the things that kicked off Nick, but I think you guys would be right in that, top 3 of all shows on Nick, because people tuned in to see what craziness you were going to do. And for people, I mean, if you've never seen Pete and Pete, just describe briefly what the premise is.
If I may, my brother and I avidly watched Double Dare, and we never watched any other because it was on network television. It was on after school every day. Yeah. So my brother and I knew that we had, between the physical challenges and our knowledge of trivia, that we had the thing completely done. But we convinced everyone that it would be a conflict of interest, and that's why I wasn't allowed to participate in Delaware in Double Dare.
And I'm pretty sure I'm not really one to get very starstruck, but the first time I met Mark Summers when I went down to Nick Studios, I did kind of blah 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 blah, blah hi.
This is the reaction that we had. We grew up with you, watching you on television, so it's the same. It's sort of the reaction that other people have to us is what we have to
That's so wild.
Really, you're really the meta Nickelodeon route.
Certainly.
Very kind. Tell me what this event is that you guys are doing.
Oh, Nostalgia Personified.
Yeah.
We've been doing it for a long time, Mark. You should come on it sometime. We basically show old clips and videos and commercials and TV appearances from when we were, adolescents and preteens and children, and basically make fun of each other for an hour.
We have question and answer, sometimes a giveaway. Fans can come up and ask questions. We'll entertain hypothetical scenarios. It all kicked off. The idea for Nostalgic Personified all kicked off when I came across the street in a soccer game and found Danny vomiting between 2 cars.
Oh, come on. You got to tell that story.
Wow.
Yeah, I was a mid-20-something living in the East Village, and I went to go see a concert at a cool pool in Williamsburg, and I maybe had a couple too many drinks the night before, and I didn't feel so good. I just happened to literally bump into him.
It was fate.
By the way, that's
so Danny, I'm sorry. All of a sudden, I'm hosting the show. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. Go right ahead.
Steve. But Danny, you have a band, and you've written a couple of books now, right?
Yeah, that's right. Got a band called Jounce, 2 books that are out that my wife and I wrote, rom-coms. I try to do whatever I can.
I've authored a son and 2 daughters, and I work in. I'm a member of 4 different labor unions, and I work in lighting and film and television.
You're
in New York City.
On-set electrician, correct?
Yeah. The last time I saw Marc was actually in a Nickelodeon-themed music video. What was the name of the band? It was such a fun
XYZ
name.
Affair.
The XYZ Affair.
Oh my!
Yeah,
we destroyed that house. Do you remember that?
It was a great little apartment party that got caught on film. It was a lot of fun.
Michael, I wanted to ask you, Michael, because of the Home Alone. Home Alone 1 and 2, right? And there is a couple of articles have been pointing out that the adoration for Home Alone has never been higher, and they're attributing it to the fact that it has now received the Christmas Story treatment, the around-the-clock marathons.
We're in the Pantheon.
In the Pantheon, and they're saying, in fact, the actual house has never been visited more.
Wow.
Has it been manifest in your own life? Now, obviously, you look a bit different, but are you catching some of the heat off that?
I can imagine that neighbors would be a little cheesed by all the foot traffic and visitors in there. But I have to say, as much as I love Chicago, I'm true to my New York roots. Give us back Saquon. Give us Saquon back. Okay.
We're trying to bring people out to our show, man. Don't annihilate our audience. What are you doing?
He's wearing a giant shirt.
Danny, don't even worry about it. They're not even on our radar anymore. Maybe next season. But
guys.
Yeah, Danny DeVito's your quarterback.
Can I just say, New York sports radio, all they do all day is play that clip of John Mad being like, "I'm not going to sleep at night if he goes to the Eagles," and it haunts me. It does,
and it haunts me. Mission accomplished.
But Michael, I actually on Saturday I was sick and I was just laying and waiting for college football to really kick off at like 4:00. So I just watched 3 Christmas movies in a row, and Home Alone was on there. And it wasn't until yesterday when Marissa had let us know that she had booked you guys on, and I'm looking at the TV poster for Pete and Pete, and I'm like, that's Kevin McAllister's brother. He says you're a disease. I'm like, that's him.
Maybe much like, it's really nice to know that we've achieved that, and maybe much like oil, we've reached peak Home Alone. You'll see
now ready.
What's funny is like
back down the curve again, but we'll take it because it's really, I think it's really a function of how old kids were when it came out and how long it's taken them to raise a family. And that's a lot like what Pete and Pete is about. I think they're both stories you can relate to about not wanting to grow up, being like trying to retain your kids.
It's attractive. In fact, the show, the Pete and Pete, has been cited, and it was, I think IGN was one of the sites that cited it as one of the sharpest written kid shows ever.
Yeah,
I mean,
we had great writers.
It was out of my pocket, but I remember the theme song, and we revisited a couple of the episodes, and it seems to have a special place in the hearts of that collective for you guys. So, but I mean, you had to be fairly adroit comedically at younger ages to pull off a lot of that.
You just have to have adults who have a good sense of humor that just instill it in the kids at a young age.
Where did you guys shoot those?
And kids who know how to read.
In Jersey?
Everything was in North Jersey. Leonia, South Orange, Cranford were the 3 full season.
By the way, Michael, just in case you didn't know, I mean, I know that you're part of a holiday classic, but our own Marc Summers here, since you guys your event is on Saturday, you have tomorrow night off. Marc is his latest project is one of the leads on a Hallmark holiday special tomorrow night called Hanukkah on the Rocks. He's one of the leads.
Come on,
yeah.
That's the only free time I get these days to watch television is at night, and usually my wife is picking stuff, and now I know what I'm doing tonight. So
tomorrow night,
tomorrow night.
Yeah. Plans made tomorrow at 8.
Nice.
How many episodes did you guys do with Pete?
Just over 38. Just
That's
under 40.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, it started as little interstitial kind of videos, correct?
Yeah,
Sure,
there were little
sure.
vignettes in between.
If you count the 30 and 60 second,
okay.
If you count the 30 and 60 second episodes, we probably ended up with more closer to I don't know, 60.
It's funny.
Friends at Nickelodeon contacted you guys about doing, a feature or anything like that?
We can hope as many spec scripts. We can hope as many spec scripts sent in by fans and reactions that we get from fans at conventions and signings and things like that.
Right.
We can hope that turns into some sort of, creative action, but who knows?
Because they're all over Marc.
We need one very rich super fan is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Come on, please.
Steve Cohen.
But if you didn't know, why did you do that too? Goodness, you're losing everybody.
Danny, I received a
you guys
text.
get merch at the event you're doing Saturday?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we'll have some T-shirts of us as children. Maybe one is a metal related one that says nostalgia personified in very tough letters.
Hey, Danny, I got a text that says that your wife is from this area. Is that the case?
That is true. Yeah. I married into a Montgomery County family.
Oh.
So I was watching Saquon when he was doing his Penn State thing. So I was.
Yeah.
It was, I'm
Don't
still
fight, honestly.
I'm still watching it. Don't tell anybody.
All right. Well, listen, we got to wrap things up. But this has been awesome having the three of you panel together. I'll just give a reminder of everything that's going on. Marc Summers, Hanukkah on the Rocks. It's on tomorrow night at 8 p.m. on the Hallmark Channel. And you can go see both Danny and Michael in person on Saturday. They'll be at Neshaminy Creek Brewing Company. It is from 6 till 9:30.
Sounds cool.
And you can get tickets at NeshaminyCreekBrewing.com, but it's called Nostalgia
Croydon.
Personified. And yeah, you can these guys they'll chat with you, they'll tell some stories, they'll watch some videos, they'll answer some questions and stuff like that, and have a couple drinks as well. And maybe Danny will be on his knees puking before the night's up.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. I try not to.
Between two cars. Not between two cars.
No. He does it on
This is
stage
amazing.
now.
Boy, what a joy and what fun and what a great surprise. What a Preston and Steve, always the best.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Preston.
Way to bring it all together.
Excellent. Love all you guys. Thank you so much for coming on this morning. Take care, Mark
Thank
and
you. Yes,
Danny and Michael. We appreciate it. Nice job, guys. That was awesome. Yes. And Mark did 75% of that interview
He
for us.
did, yes.
That was wonderful. Oh, my God. Was he busting my stones or what during that?
We did. I did feel bad about it. Now, now, obviously, we've done stuff with him and we've seen the show at various levels. But that's something I'm like, man, we never got to get up for that. So there's, there's
No.
In New York.
Now you have to have like a viewing party tomorrow night for this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rochelle and I are going to we will be watching this.
Have a rabbi there and have sun-dried tomatoes that look like foreskins.
We'll make it all come together. So, all right. Well, that was fun, but we need to take a break, and we have more fun on the way because our friend Mr. Skin is going to be joining us. His year-end top 10 nude scenes of 2024. He is going to reveal the winners of that. So we'll take a break, come back in a second. We'll get into some other things, too. I got some lists to share with you. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
These non-disclosure agreements are, I mean, how
Wait, for a girlfriend, though?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
They said it's not uncommon, though. TMZ Sports cited a source as saying Woods has threatened to release embarrassing pictures of Smith if she doesn't comply with the terms of the NDA.
Is that legal?
Which he reportedly offered her an undisclosed sum to sign, although it's not clear if she accepted it. Now, that's rumors.
Sure.
Smith reportedly believes Woods cheated on her during the relationship, and that's why they broke up. Woods had several affairs while he was married to ex-wife Elin Nordgren. It's not uncommon for pro athletes or celebrities to have romantic partners sign NDAs so that if they break up, the other person can't publicly disparage them or harm their reputation.
Well, you can see that also because if you're a high-profile sports star, you can be targeted for that reason.
But at what point do you do that? Is that like a second date thing?
right before the handy.
Yeah.
Right before the hand.
Could you sign this, please?
Listen, since you have one hand available, sign this.
And I bet you it's
Here's
not.
a pen.
I bet you it's not them though. Like the person saying, "Hey, here, sign this."
My name is Marty Singer.
Yeah,
Before you
seriously.
proceed with that manual stimulation, I have a few documents you'd sign. And by the way, I'd recommend you use a hand lotion.
Yeah.
My client tends to chafe about the genital region.
He's in the back seat.
Right.
Well, but
I
it's a
see
way.
your head making a trajectory towards his lap, and before we enter into this realm of all gratification, there are a few documents I'd like you to sign. Don't worry, the notary is in the trunk.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to say, "Well, they make me do it. You have to sign it." Like not to put it on them.
Exactly. You're exactly right. That's a perfect deflection.
Yeah. He can't give her pleasures until that's how they pitch it.
Pleased to meet you. You're a lovely young woman, and I'm sure you're going to make him have many orgasms. But before we enter into that, please stand in front of this cyclorama. I need to take a picture of.
Speaking of boner dreams,
okay.
Have you ever finished an entire?
Of course.
Really?
Never.
I never have.
Of course.
I never
A nocturnal emission?
No, no.
I thought that always happened when you were like teenagers.
It happens to some people, but not to me.
Oh.
I've had sex dreams where Kathy, the docking is about to happen. And
Wait, you were going to do it with another guy? You guys were going to dock together? Oh, okay.
Yeah, not foreskin.
That is a dream come true.
I mean, that's what docking is.
Hi. It's great because I'm not circumcised.
Use a different analogy.
I've got lots to play with.
Man.
You're going to be Soyuz, and I'm going to be the Apollo.
I was trying to think of a way to not say penetration.
You're about to fist a man you met at a bar.
No. Yeah,
You were about
not
to
docking. You're about to turn around and receive a man into your posterior.
Gay sex with another guy.
No, none of those things.
Oh.
Absolutely none of those things at all.
Oh my God.
Did you do the foreskin thing again, please?
I've lost the foreskin.
Oh my God.
This docking is going to be one for the history books. We're going to be like a Chinese finger puzzle.
It'll be like when two dogs get it on and they have to wait for the swelling to go down.
On another note, as far as Steve, you had said waking up and then you realize, oh, okay, I'm back in the real world.
It's okay.
Have you ever had, and I had one last year where I took a nap and I was really, really tired and I woke up and I didn't know where I was. And it took me a few seconds to figure out where I was.
Yes.
And that was really scary.
I nodded off.
That was really scary. That leads me to believe what like dementia and Alzheimer's might be like.
Yeah, what it might feel like.
Yeah. I mean, because I was in my own room. The most.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. We're still docked and everything is fine. We're totally docked. We're snugly inside the docking bay. Just relax. Just relax. Daddy's gonna cuddle.
Daddy.
I was worried I was not still connected by genitals to another man.
After filing for divorce from David Charvet, after 6 years of marriage, TV host and Dancing with the Stars season 7 champ Brooke Burke opened up about their split on the blog Modern Mom.
Can I guess what the reason was for the split?
Yeah, I haven't read it, so I can't answer.
Too stupid. He was stultifyingly stupid.
The pair share 2 children, Shea, who is 10, and Heaven, who is 11. She also shares...
She really didn't rip the lid off that, did she?
She also shares 2 children, Neria and Syria.
Syria and Neria?
Sierra.
Neria and Syria.
Yeah. But Neria, Neriah. Well, listen,
this is
Heaven's
Africa.
11, so
I think it's Neriah, maybe.
Neriah
Okay,
and Soraya.
yeah, you're right.
Soraya.
Psoriasis and psoriasis and eczema.
Yeah.
Oh,
Diarrhea and psoriasis.
This is leprosy and conjunctivitis.
This is our son priapism.
She was married to and her sister Ben Penis.
Yeah.
She was married to like the #1 plastic surgeon in Hollywood for a couple of years. So that's where.
And then she got her work done, and then she moved on.
Alopecia and
moved on to somebody
squirts.
Else. When you said this initially that she was getting divorced yesterday, I was thinking Brooke Burns. I always got those two by the name mixed up because, man, she was on that show. Was it Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, my God.
What a stunner. And her and Bruce Willis were a couple
for a while. Yeah. And she's a tall drink of water.
Yes, she is.
Brooke Burke does commercials for mild incontinence.
And she used to do Skechers.
Yes.
She does mild incontinence?
Well, she like, I'm a workaday woman and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I piss myself. No. It's sort of like little leak. A lot of people suffer from it. Like if you
after having babies and stuff like that.
Leak.
Occasionally, if you laugh hard or you go to pick up a car, you'll pee a little bit.
Boys incontinence pads.
There you go.
I knew women who would pee when they laughed every single time.
Oops,
I felt
peed a
bad
little.
for them.
Oops, pooped a little.
No, I have a friend.
Stop making me laugh. You're making me crap myself.
I have a friend who peed all over our other friend's chair because she was laughing so hard and she just couldn't control it.
You know?
It is one of those things.
Yeah, you pop a few babies out of there and it's tough.
When I had the prostatectomy, I was wearing those first off the
diapers.
Sure. By the way, the adult diapers are the best underwear you could possibly wear. They're super comfortable.
Wait, you wore the diapers? I didn't know this.
For like a week.
Oh, I had to, after my vasectomy.
You had to wear them too?
I had to wear, in fact, I have a picture of me here with it on somewhere. In there. Not like full-on diapers. I could be crapping myself.
My mommy.
But that was more for the front. Steve, you had the butt and everything, right? Everything covered, right?
What they do is they're awesome, Kathy. You would love them.
I can't believe we're talking about
they have this huge 3.5-foot safety pin.
I would love.
And then I go around with this huge pacifier. No. Think of like regular briefs that are a little bit thicker, but they're great.
But we wore them in college for fun, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it would be a drunken night in the fraternity house.
Hey, Marissa has adult diapers.
No, that's a diaper diaper.
No, that's a real diaper.
Oh, that's a real diaper.
Yeah. That was my break in my big break into radio as I wore diapers to live broadcast.
Right, that's comfy. No, that's not what I'm talking
That's
about.
like a pull-up if you have trouble going when you go to bed, Preston.
Yeah, for adults.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't wear that.
You didn't wear this?
No.
Okay.
It's like a regular like a brief. That's just a little thicker.
There you go.
You look a Roman soldier.
Thank you. I put the diaper on my head. I used to do this for fun when we had kids. I'd put a diaper on my head, and I wish it stood straight up. How cool would that be? If it like a cone
Put
head?
your back scratcher in there.
Your chef is here.
You might be able to have it stick up.
I think it might be too tall. I would try this out. Marissa's taking pictures, so you'll be able to enjoy it at home.
Hang on.
Wait, hang on.
All right,
Almost
come
got
on,
it.
jam it in there.
I almost got it. Hang on.
There you go. You got it.
Oh man.
No?
Oh, you look like Johnny Bravo.
I'm gonna try and help you.
Albino Johnny
man.
Bravo. I got a diaper on my head, man.
All right, hang on. Sorry,
Casey.
Casey's got the right.
Casey's got it. It's up.
Casey's done this before.
This is not my first diaper head rodeo thing.
That looks great, actually.
Hi, everybody.
He's slow.
I'm waving to the camera.
What's in the
now.
front?
What's in the? What do you mean? What's in the front?
Well, there's a little like.
It's business in the front, and then the party's in the
Diaper
back.
in the back.
Okay.
Business in the front,
What are you
diaper in the
talking
back.
about?
There's the little rectangle area right above the forehead.
That's your absorbent part.
Yeah, it's the absorbent.
So,
where you,
so
it's
Nick,
where you pee and poop.
what I was wearing was...
I've never seen a diaper on a man's head like this before.
Okay.
What I was wearing was like a brief that was just a little bit thicker than regular underwear. Not this behemoth.
All right. Well, anyhow,
Brooke peas or pants.
what's that?
That's how we started
Brooke
talking
Park.
about.
No, yeah. So
pants.
Brook Park peas or pants. Yeah. So anyhow, she said that they are all committed to moving forward as a loving family.
I don't care.
All right. Let's see what we got here. A preview of what appears to be Ghost's new single "Rats" has emerged online ahead of the track's official debut.
I can't help but think of Charlie Brown when you say that.
I know the 26-second excerpt comes comes just days before the full song's rumored arrival on Thanksgiving evening or Friday morning.
Rats.
Rats is taken from the
It's a delightful Charlie Brown story.
Rats.
the Swedish band's upcoming fourth album, for which more details are also said to be arriving at the end of this week. Isn't that funny? That used to be kind of a pseudo curse word for kids.
Yeah.
Rats.
It was akin to the C word.
Yeah.
Was it though?
No.
Oh, it was completely the C word.
Ghost frontman.
What did you just say? Did you say the R word?
R dash dash dash.
But I didn't say roads. I said the big one.
Ghost frontman Tobias Forge told Loudwire about Rats when he said, when I was when I was a kid, there was a concert is hosting a Bud Light Thursday night kickoff tonight, and it will be at Urban Saloon in Fairmount from 7 to 9. And if you stop by, you got a chance to win Eagles tickets, courtesy of Bud Light. It's for the December 29th game against Dallas. Ooh. You could win those. So weekly ticket winners, by the way, are qualified for grand prize playoff tickets, which is a pretty sweet deal. And there will be Bud Light specials, $5 Bud Light aluminums, plus WMMR and Bud Light Kelly Green T-shirts and koozies. So make sure you stop by and see Marissa tonight, 7 to 9, again, Urban Saloon in Fairmount, and she'll have your chance to win those tickets. Speaking of winning, I would like to congratulate, once again, we made this announcement earlier this morning, Eastern Regional High School in Voorhees, New Jersey. They won the high school incentive challenge for Camp Out for Hunger this year. And courtesy of College Ave, they win $5,000. That's pretty sweet.
It's something, it was great to see the high schools and see the schools back. Obviously, stuff was shifted during COVID years and so on and so forth. So some of the metrics changed a little bit. But to see schools back out at the Camp Out and seemingly really dialed into the charity and the spirit of the event, it was great. It was awesome.
Yep.
So the more that can happen in years moving forward, the more we'd love to see that.
Yeah, and we wouldn't have gotten that participation had it not been for College Ave.
Yeah,
So,
they're awesome.
Yeah, we wanna,
especially the services they provide.
yeah, we want to thank those guys for offering that up. We do appreciate it. Casey, what's the story?
Yeah, we were, never provided a phone number, so we're working
For
on
Mr.
a phone.
Skin?
Yeah, so we're
Don't we have
working
a dedicated skin line?
We should, but we're working on a phone number that we had from last year.
It's like the bad phone, Preston, but it's a penis.
Yeah. And oddly enough, it's there's a fluid that comes out of it when somebody calls. which is pretty wild.
Yeah.
So you can't hear it. You just got to be watching it all the time to
That's
find out
it.
when somebody's on the line. Well, if we're not going to do that, I mean, I have some other things we can definitely talk about, but I don't want to get started on something, and then the next thing we have Mr. Skin jumping in.
Do you have a shard or two to kill some time, and then we can determine, and if not, we roll with some of the lists?
Good question. What's today's date? Today's the 12th. I have one for the 14th and the 16th.
Well, that's
shard outs. They close enough?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Wait a minute. Is this Wednesday, December 14th?
What? No.
What's today's date? The 12th. So they got the date wrong on this. So, it's your fault. Okay. So this is, and unfortunately, there was somebody who passed away in the story, so I can't beat them up too bad.
No, got it.
This is from Brittany Leap, and she said, could you please send my best friend Jennifer Capoli of Southampton, New Jersey, the shardiest shart out possible for her birthday. It says Wednesday, December 14th, and it has a question mark, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I introduced Jen to the show about 15 years ago, and she's now a dedicated podcaster, and we come to many events like the MM Barbecue, the Camp Out, Cardboard Classic, the Blood Drive, etc. But we have to yet experience the glory of the shart. Jen lost her father last week and could use all the love and support possible. Thanks for getting us through our morning's gadzooks. So here we go. Here's a shart for Jen. And then I'll have to do this one. This isn't until the 16th, so that is
too early?
Is that a Monday? I'll wait till Monday.
Hell, tomorrow's Friday the 13th.
All right, 13. Yeah. So why don't we do something else?
Yeah, we'll just do something else.
Well, maybe we'll have Mr. Skin on tomorrow. I don't know, but at some point,
Maybe
we'll
next
get him
week.
on. All right, I did. Mr. Skin was going to give us a list. I have other lists.
Listen, we have our own list.
Am I does the list guy have a name? The listerer? Or
it was like Listomania.
Listomania.
Okay. Well, we only do this towards the end of the year, so it's not worth making a big stink out of it.
The stinker.
So I'm the stinker. So this is StubHub's most in-demand events and artists of 2024.
StubHub.
Yeah. So these are the most.
Are you a StubHubber?
I am not.
I used to be a StubHubber. I hate them now.
Okay.
Yeah, they did me dirty when I was trying to sell Sixers tickets.
What was the complication you had?
The problem
You have
is
no tickets.
No. The problem is I'm not a good reader. There is
You missed something.
I missed something in when I was like reselling and they didn't try and help me out. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. So something similar happened to my brother, and once you buy or sell, like that's it. They're not. There's no real customer service to help you out.
Man.
I will tell you this.
I hate that fact.
I will tell you this. The Ticketmaster, and then it's kind of the if you go to the Live Nation site and the Ticketmaster, the ease of use, the clarity of what you're purchasing. I remember years ago used to be a real nightmare.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've purchased a couple of different times, and it's pretty clear and pretty easy. I've recently been blown away with the efficiency. So what used to be the great demon is now seems to be one of the easier ones to use.
Yeah, Steve, I liked how Ticketmaster tells you this is a resale.
Yes.
And that's why it's a little more expensive. Except when you click buy and then it adds $92 for the fees. So I've been using Tick Pick. I have to say it very clearly. Tick Pick, because when you see the price, that is the price. When you click buy, there is no extra fees added.
All right, question. When you click buy and then that 90 extra bucks pops up, you still have to go another step before you actually spend your money?
Yes.
Well, that sucks, but that they didn't let you know ahead of time when you got yourself.
Yeah.
You got your mouth all ready to taste that,
What is that?
whatever it is.
Is that always applied, a $98? Because I did not notice that being added to tickets that I purchased.
It depends on how many tickets you buy, what the tickets are for.
Okay.
It's
Pretty
kind of a
common,
pain.
Steve.
Yeah, and they're listen.
I would have noticed an almost $100 ticket price increase, and I purchased like 4 or 5 times recently.
Well, Steve, so my brother, he was buying tickets and he got directed to a site that looks exactly like Ticketmaster. Okay, right?
You told me about this,
So they bumped him to
Ticket Mustard.
It was ticketsales.com, but it looks like Ticketmaster.
Oh, man.
He purchased these tickets and the fees. So the tickets were like a normal ticket price. He has a family of 4. They were going to see like a Taylor Swift impersonator, right? He got the bill for this isn't real Taylor Swift, by the way. It was like $3,000.
Oh my
with
God.
all of the fees that went along with it, and like
He had to fight it, right?
Well, so and he said, he goes, it was off to the side. It was tiny. I was looking at the ticket price, not thinking. And so once it all came in, he was like, it was something that was supposed to be like a few $100s. It was a few thousand. He contacted them immediately, like the second the sale went through, and they were like, "You purchased it. There's nothing we can do about it. Sorry."
Yeah, no
he
give back.
He is disputing it with his credit card.
Right.
But this site was like, "Nope, sorry."
Well, that's one of the protections you should have with your credit card, that you made they should okay, got it. If he jumped right on it, should be no question.
He said it was immediate. He called them immediately.
It just sucks because they have you over a barrel, right? Like, where else are you going to go? I mean, listen, there are other, like, you have SeatGeek and all these other places, but it pisses me off that they make money off the buyer and the seller, right? So, like, you know what I mean? Like, so if I'm selling on StubHub, first of all, they're going to charge me service fees for what? Nobody's even doing anything. It's all in some algorithm, right? Like, so they're making money off of me, and then the purchaser, then they hit them up for fees as well. And I'm like, for what?
It's like sales tax on a used car. Like it's like you already got the sales when it was sold initially.
Yeah. It's that whole service fee.
Yeah.
Like, I would like to
knock it off.
know what the definition of service is. Like, what is the actual? What's the actual manpower? What's the actual human being doing?
I want you to hold out your fist and move it up and down.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
All right. Well, anyway, I have StubHub's
yes, we digress.
most in-demand events and artists of 2024. And according to them, the gig tripping trend was huge in 2024. So that's U.S. buyers traveling to international events, and they did it twice as much this year. And international buyers traveled to the U.S. events 32% more. So there were a lot of people that were doing that.
So we'd found out that you can often get tickets to shows you cannot get domestically easier overseas. And if you can weave that into a trip, you win.
Right.
My friend sent her daughter to Paris to see Taylor Swift.
Wow.
Was the only way
Was
she
it
could-
Taylor Swift or was it an impersonator?
No, it was the actual Taylor Swift concert, but it was the only way she could get tickets. Now, listen, in the end, my guess is with flight, airfare and hotel and, being in Paris, I would imagine it was
$10,000 or more.
More expensive.
That's insane.
I lost $8,000.
But you know what? They could actually, and here's the thing: they couldn't get tickets here. So
yeah, well, there you go.
They spent more money, but it wasn't like she could have gone to another city here. She couldn't.
Better baguettes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So listen to this, and this surprised the hell out of me. This year's top in-demand global sporting event was the World Series. Followed by the Super Bowl.
World Series. Right?
Yep. The European Championship semifinals and final for soccer was third, followed by the Copa America semifinals and finals, and then the NBA finals. So those are the top 5 global sporting events.
Did you mention the Super Bowl?
Yeah, it was second.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the World Series.
I mean, well, listen.
I guess maybe because there's multiple games.
Multiple games, 2 of the biggest markets in the country. So it was Los Angeles versus New York.
Yeah.
Plus, you have all the international stuff going on with Shohei Ohtani, from Japan and other international players like Latin American players and stuff. So
Yeah, and right before that, when it was the Yankees versus the Mets, like those tickets were each going for like $3,000.
Okay.
Because it's just
That's the price of a
you're right
Taylor
there.
Swift knockoff concert.
All right, the top in-demand global artists of 2024.
Now we're talking.
Anybody want to take a big guess at number 1?
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift, yeah.
Definitely. Taylor Swift, there were 116 events that I guess people were trying to get tickets for. She's, the Eras Tour. So we had, followed by that was, I guess this is by the number. No, it's not the number of events they played. Just most in-demand tickets. So second was Zach Bryan. He had 85 events.
That's who I saw, right?
Yeah.
Yes, and this
Oh
is
my
where
God, I saw him. I love him.
Was it a good
Not
show?
Zach Brown, but Zach Bryan.
Right, Zach Bryan,
Yeah.
Zach and Cody?
With Zach. Number 3 was Adele.
All right.
And I think she was doing a residency.
She's doing a
right?
Vegas residency, yeah.
With those tickets, I tried to get them just to because I would love to see her, and I hate Vegas, but I would go out there to
They were
see
hard to
her.
get?
Yeah.
Oh my! It was ridiculous. I mean, you couldn't whoever the fan club is, or like they have a hard time getting tickets, let alone somebody.
This
like me.
ain't Savannah Banana tickets.
Yeah, well, I ended up signing up to be part of the fan club to see if I could get in, but I still couldn't.
I still, I digress for a moment on the whole second market, because there was a time where it was full on illegal to pay more than the face value of a ticket.
Yeah.
And that was called scalping.
It was the whole
And you
thing.
could not do it, but people did it. And then this comes along, and then it's taking it to the multiple of 10.
Corporations are allowed to do it.
Yeah.
But at least, with these, you're actually getting tickets. The scalpers, your tickets weren't even real half the time.
There's a little bit more oversight to Kathy's point, and the likelihood of going to a $3,000 knockoff.
I mean, if
sales
somebody is willing to, listen, I know there are scams. We talked about it, I just told you about my brother, but like if you're willing to pay that money, knowing that you're getting an actual ticket, I
don't know. It's just sad that to go to a World Series game, you have to be rich. You have to be, or you are giving up a big chunk of some important money to you. To go to these things. It's sad.
I think of now, mind you, Taylor Swift did try to institute, cheaper tickets on certain concert, like $15, $20 concert tickets, and
she tried.
It wasn't the norm, but it can be heartbreaking.
Number 4 on this list is Olivia Rodrigo.
Yeah.
Then
she
you
was
have
like, Taylor Swift played, and then she came right after, and I didn't know until the time that, she's up
Olivia
there.
Rodrigo, Sabrina Carpenter, Taylor Swift, they're the pantheon right now.
Yeah, but like friends trying to get tickets, it was similar, not as hard as Taylor Swift, but similar.
Taylor Swant is the knockoff artist.
Number 5 is Morgan Wallen.
Country artist.
Okay.
That was the one where, I didn't even know who Morgan Wallen was. Buddy asked me if I could get tickets for his daughter. I went over to XTU, and they were like, no. Morgan Wallen.
Hey,
Don't
ask for Morgan Wallen. Don't ask for Taylor Swift.
Okay.
And I was like, I didn't even know that Morgan Wallen was a thing.
Number 6 is Coldplay. So they're still doing
very, very
doing
well. Wow.
Number 7, the Eagles. And they came in just above the Rolling Stones.
Was that they had that residency at the Sphere?
Yes. It says 16 events.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't know how many shows they played at the.
It could have been the Sphere.
They played the Sphere?
They did. Did they not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Huh. Yeah, they did.
All right, fine.
Come on, man.
I just remember it being U2, Grateful Dead, Fish.
Number 9, after the Rolling Stones, Billy Joel. That's,
Yeah, his final run at the Madison Square Garden, yeah.
And number 10, U2. And they were at the
Sphere.
It's great to be here at the Sphere.
And 40 events through the year. So now they have a different category, which is top global breakthrough artists of 2024. What they don't tell me is how they broke this stuff down.
This is goddamn ridiculous.
But number 1 was Sabrina Carpenter. As you said, she's on top of the world. Right?
So she seems to be that kind of arena-capable talent. Like she is...
puts on a show.
On a show. Right. There's an interesting survey, and I forget where I saw it pop up, about this phenomenon of people going to see essentially completely pre-recorded concerts.
Oh, yeah.
Performed by these artists.
And they're not really... Well... You mean they have backing tracks?
No, I mean like fully...
Lip syncing?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is quite common these days because of the intricate dance numbers. And the general consensus of this survey, Preston, as far as the most active part of the concert-going public, they don't mind.
They don't care.
They don't mind.
Interesting. I would. I want to hear you
perform live.
Perform your craft.
Yeah.
If you're a singer, I want to hear you sing.
Yeah.
If you dance too, that's a bonus. Great.
So it's experiential over the live performance of the music. I tend to agree with you. I want to hear what you sound like when you're playing it live.
Number 2 is Teddy Swims.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of his.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Number 3 is Tate McRae.
Don't know that person.
Number 4 is Charlie XCX.
Yeah. Gerf Durfel.
No. Number 5 is Benson Boone.
Benson Boone?
Yeah.
Another country artist, right?
No. Benson Boone? I don't...
No, don't talk that way about Benson Boone.
No. I don't know. He's not... I don't know. Maybe...
Hell...
I do not know. You guys know me? I don't know.
I don't know. It just sounds like
Ladies and gentlemen, Benson Boone.
I know two names on
Beautiful
this.
He's one of the things, Beautiful Things.
On this entire list. How does Beautiful Things go, Kath?
Oh, yeah,
Take it
right.
away.
Sure.
Come on.
No.
Come
on.
All right.
Not
You know it.
happening. I'll play it off my computer if you'd like. I'm not.
Yeah, please.
Benson Boone. Number 6 is Megan Maroney. Anyone?
Nope.
Oh, are you going to play it for us?
Wait, hold on.
Hold.
Where's the speaker?
That's country.
You know
I
that
know
song,
this guy.
right?
Yeah.
You think that's
No, I do
country?
not. I don't know that song.
I don't know.
It's folky. You know what? I'll tell you.
Okay.
I saw my daughter at the window with a tear running down her cheek. I bought her 10 pints of coffee, ice cream.
You're making it country.
Looked on the car on the front lawn.
Number 6 is Megan Maroney, as you guys are looking these
I don't
things
know
up.
who Megan Maroney is, making my daughter even sadder.
Number 7 is Gracie Abrams.
That's J.J. Abrams' daughter, by the way.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Number 8 is John Summit. Anyone?
Nope.
Here's the other one I know, Chapel Roan. She's,
I know Chapel
she's
Roan.
number 9.
Casey's a big fan.
Big fan.
He's a big fan.
I like her a lot.
Yeah, she's good.
And she really just shot onto the
Shot all over
Under
the place.
scene.
Yeah. In fact, like she was supposed to be side stage at Lollapalooza this past summer, and they were like, "Nope, you're on the main stage now." And what was amazing was, so they throw her onto the main stage, and you've got like 80, 90,000 people there.
Sing, Chapel, sing.
They all knew her stuff. Like, she. But like she's, I think, thrust so far into the spotlight so quickly. Like
Think there's problems?
Well,
Could be an issue.
I think she's
Overwhelmed?
Overwhelmed is the word I was looking for.
There we go.
Yeah.
She seems to have a presence, though. I mean, her persona is kind of like attitude.
Yeah.
So
You
maybe
shut
that's-
up, you. Your questions about me personally.
Well, she's from Missouri, actually.
Huh.
Which I found very strange.
Yeah.
Because she is, she's very bohemian. and does not seem like she would come out of the heartland, but apparently she does. I think so. I don't know. I'm with Kathy. I don't even know if she's country or not.
I don't even know where
No,
Missouri
the
is.
couple of songs that I've heard.
Missouri's in our country, right?
Yeah, it is in our country. I know. I what I've heard, I like.
Yeah.
It's good enough. Hang on, Marissa sent something over, Casey. What is it?
Benson Boone.
Benson
Boone. We already got it on my computer. That's what this song is?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is not country.
Not country. Why would you say that, Kathy?
I have heard this. Oh my God. Somebody's social media post or something like that.
Yay! Somebody making a sandwich.
Yeah.
What is it? What is that? What's the genre of music would you say that is?
I would put it in
pop?
in pop.
To me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
guess so. All right, and then the last one is Anima.
Anima?
Anyma. Anima.
A-N-Y.
Enema.
Enema. Yeah.
Number 10. So those are the top global breakthrough artists of 2024 according to StubHub. In case you're wondering. All right, you want another list?
Yeah.
All right, I have the Forbes.
I do like the list. God help me, I do.
I have the Forbes the world's most powerful women of the year.
Okay, physical strength?
Yeah, they can deadlift at least 500 pounds.
Oh, wow. Yeah, tell us.
No, these are powerful in their
Let me see if
clout.
Okay, most powerful women.
They are people you do not know. There are celebrities on the list.
Steve Jobs' widow?
Well, hang on. So Forbes, let me give you the metrics they use to decide them, to select the women on the list.
Melissa Gates?
Money, media, impact, and spheres of influence.
Yeah.
So this year's choices include musicians, moguls from finance and technology, and world leaders.
All right.
So number 1 on the list is someone named Ursula von der Leyen.
Okay.
And she is a president of the European Commission.
Okay.
So she's up there.
What's the European Commission?
That's a good question. I don't really know what the European Commission is. But number 2 is Christine Lagarde, who is president of the European Central Bank.
There you go. Yes, I'm familiar with her.
You have Giorgia Meloni.
Yes, who is the Italian Prime Minister.
That is correct. Claudia Sheinbaum.
Who? Why do I know this name?
She's the president of something.
Claudia
Sheinbaum. She's the president of a country.
Claudia Sheinbaum.
Sheinbaum.
Last name wouldn't give it away, actually.
No, she's the president of Mexico.
Yes. In fact, yes. I just met with the president-elect.
Mary Barra, who is the CEO of General Motors.
By the way, the European Commission is basically their government.
Okay. Abigail Johnson, CEO of Fidelity Investments.
Yes, heavy hitter.
Julie Sweet, who is the chairwoman and CEO of Accenture. Number 8 is Melinda French Gates.
Okay. I said, look at me being all stupid. Melinda Gates.
What did you say? I don't even
said
remember.
Melissa Gates. What the hell was I thinking?
Number 9 is Mackenzie Scott. It says is a philanthropist.
Yeah, that means she can fly.
And then number 10 is Jane Fraser, who is the CEO of Citigroup.
I'm surprised that Steve Jobs, I forget her name, but she runs the Atlantic magazine. She is a sort of a media mogul in her own right.
Well, she didn't crack the top 10.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Mackenzie Scott is Jeff Bezos' ex-wife.
Okay.
There we go. Yes, that makes sense.
All right. And also on the list, as far as names that might be more recognizable to the average person, Taylor Swift is at number 23.
Okay.
Way up there.
And what will we know her from?
Oprah is number 3. Beyonce is 35th. And Rihanna is number 76.
I'm surprised Oprah is still floating around the top 5.
She'll bust out with something, and I mean, people still. I mean, I still love her. She did a whole list of, she used to do the giveaways for the holidays, which is where we got
things
our,
that make me toot.
She'll bust out with them tig old biddies. Is what she'll do.
Well, no, she's like teeny now.
Well, that's what
yes, Terrence
Howard said about her. Oprah's got them tig old biddies.
In an interview for some movie about some serious movie. Well, I was impressed by her tig old biddies.
But she just did a sit-down interview with somebody, and I guess it aired on her network. I don't know where it aired, but she's still doing stuff.
It doesn't quite, it doesn't fully carry the firepower. I think there's something to be said
for her fans, though.
Yeah.
Like the people that watched. I mean, it's not, like how we would normally see her.
Like a daily, having a daily show where you're constantly, appointment for a lot of people is different.
It was somebody, I can't remember, it was somebody that everybody was trying to interview, and they sat down with Oprah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, I remember that too. It was a big one.
Was it Carrot Top?
Oh, you know what? Maybe, am I thinking of the...
royal family?
royal family. Was it
Meghan?
Meghan Markle, maybe?
Yeah, might have been.
Yeah.
Her again?
All right, so number 100 on the list, and the youngest person at 22 for Forbes' Most Powerful Women of the Year, Caitlin Clark of the WNBA. She's phenomenal. I like her a lot.
Yes. I don't follow the sport that much, but I know she's a phenom.
Just go and check highlights.
Yes.
Blow you away.
Yeah.
I mean, she's incredible. And knows how to play golf. Is not a golfer.
Well, how come I've not heard of this?
They just brought her out to celebrity tournaments.
Yeah.
And had her pick up a set of clubs and try it out. She's just a natural athlete.
Yeah. Oh.
She's just one of those that doesn't
hate
even have
those
to
people.
try.
Did you see the one tee off that she had, though? Because there was a gallery around her, and it was a breakfast ball, and this thing went to the left and right over the heads. I know.
But still, she's for somebody who does not hasn't taken lessons and whatnot.
Yeah,
she could. Yeah, she could be one of those that if she worked at it. You never know. Might find was
it Babe Dietrichson?
She was one of the greatest golfers of all time.
Yeah.
All time, male and female. I'm happy that Caitlin Clark is on that list, which is pretty cool. So that is the Forbes Most Powerful Women.
Not physical strength.
No, but clout.
Yes.
Let's see. How about, here's another year-end list. Tinder's year-in swipe list.
Okay. Meaning what now? Who is the most
highlights from the year in swipe? So these are just stats and things that from the year.
Did you ever just hop on Tinder to see what it's like?
No,
I never have.
because
I've never had the need.
I wouldn't want to accidentally have my wife go, "Oh, what are you doing over there?" You know, so like I don't even know. I won't get anywhere near it.
Well, you can't just like view. You have to have an account.
You have to sign up.
Oh, it's not one of those.
So.
Okay, yeah, I see. I don't even know.
No,
I'm a grinder.
But I am
guy.
intrigued by it. Man, do I wish that would have existed back in the day. And I know there's burnout on dating apps, but if I were late teens, early 20s, or something like that, oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yes. You know how hard it was to forage for girls?
Dude.
Really
you
hard.
had to go to Cali for Wednesday night $5.25 drinks and hope that maybe you could wow a girl with a 25-cent vodka and cranberry.
Yeah.
Listen, that went far. Yeah. It's okay.
I'll be right back.
I'm making eyes at this guy at the end of the bar. He has $1.
Yep.
Yeah, that was like a good night.
All right, so highlights from Tinder's year-end swipe 2024 include something called loud looking.
Loud looking.
It is the top dating trend of the year. Looking for was Tinder's top bio mention of the year. So that phrase, looking for, which shows that singles are taking charge and being upfront about what they want in a partner, whether it's a man in finance or a gamer girlfriend.
So just cutting right to the chase.
Manifesting, so
this is what I want.
Getting right to it. This is who I am.
Bastard.
This is what I want.
It's what you get. Shut up.
All right. Then there was something called Kismet Love.
Kismet?
It's a playoff of Kismet.
Okay.
But it's called Kismet Love. And it means fate or destiny. And it's basically embracing the magic of the unplanned.
Do you like activities?
By ditching...
Do you like succulents?
Ditching dating rules and welcoming spontaneous, authentic connections.
Do you like guppies?
The fish?
Yeah, the restaurant.
Oh, the restaurant. Sorry. That's in Conshohocken, isn't it?
Sure is. Damn Skippy.
Is that West Conshohocken?
No, that's...
It's Conchi.
That's
Is
Conchi.
it just still there? Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's still there. Absolutely. I'm trying to convince him to do a Christmas pop-up. He obviously can't do it this year, but like it's the perfect spot for it. And there's nothing that exists in Conshohocken.
That place would decorate up nicely.
It would be great.
Is the Catherine Romano sandwich still available?
It is, yes.
What's on that?
What's on that?
It's grilled chicken, mozzarella. I forget the sauce that's in there. It comes with avocado. It's delish, guys.
Okay.
It's to die for.
Hey, squad.
Squad. It comes with a salad.
Hey, squad, just talking into my dash cam.
Yeah. Hey, squad. Eating my own sandwich from Guppy's.
Oh, here we go. It is a grilled chicken, fresh mozzarella, guacamole, and chipotle cream, all wrapped in a honey wheat tortilla, served with a side of fries, Kathy.
Oh, sorry. The upgrade is
You can
the salad.
sub a side house salad.
Yeah, sorry about that. I thought it was the other way around.
That's very nice.
All right, speaking of manifesting, nearly 20% of surveyed singles report that they're creating vision boards.
Vision boards.
To manifest a relationship in the year ahead.
Wait, so they're creating vision boards for a person?
Yeah, Tinder is, what is vision
That's not
board?
a good, that's like where you you basically create what you want. So it started in the fashion industry. You create, a board of, what is to come. People do it for their houses.
Creative visualization.
Yeah, creative visualization. Like for a house, you take other pictures of things that you like and you
what my house will look like.
and you create what you want your house to look like.
All right, in the movie Up in the Air, Anna Kendrick's character is talking to George Clooney and telling him what she wants in a guy.
That's it.
And she spells it so specific.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe he has a first syllable name. He's got a dog. He's boom, 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 all these things. So that would be kind of this, I guess.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't like this.
Nitpicky.
Well, this is dangerous because then this is where you don't ever find someone.
Yeah.
Well, the level of specificity is blocking you from opening up to other possibilities.
Yeah.
All right,
what if a guy has 3 testicles?
Tinder is actually rolling out a new interactive vision board tool so that users can create one in the app as well. I got to imagine people are starting to build like AI boyfriends and girlfriends, right?
Oh, it is a runaway freight train at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, literally existing in the world. And there are services that you log on and the AI girlfriend, yeah.
Well, do you see the new AI emojis on the phone?
Yes, yeah.
They're creepy. Like
No.
they look they look real.
I haven't seen these.
Yeah.
Okay. So the fastest growing mention in user bios this year, pickleball.
Pickleball. Pickleball is pickleball the realm of the, I'll say, 40 and up, or is it?
I think it runs the. I think it runs the age range.
What is the median age of the pickleball player or aficionado?
I don't know, maybe 30s, something like that.
I think it's everyone. They have it at the high schools now.
By the way, I was at Rochelle and I went Christmas shopping. We were at Peddler's Village, and there's this kind of like hippie trippy spiritual type store, you know, with the incense and rocks and things like that. And inside there, they had a pickleball set for sale.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm like, this is an item
If it's
that is
made the
way
trippy,
out of place.
Yeah, I
And-
see people playing pickleball at my gym all the time, and what's wild is it's old people versus people my age. Am I old? I don't know.
You mean old people versus old people?
Old people versus older people. No, but you will see somebody in their 60s playing against somebody in their 30s.
Yeah. I used to play racquetball at the Y.
Oh, I love that game.
Like when I still
It's a
lived
great
at home.
game.
It was
Great game.
It was a great workout.
Yes, it
terrific. I used to play all the time. It was terrific.
Yep. So mentions of pickleball were up 148% in bios, followed by the word freak, which is most likely from users asking for someone to match their freak. Okay. So it means, your crazy matches not crazy.
Pee
doesn't
on
it?
me.
Yeah. Pee on me?
Doesn't necessarily mean that.
Oh, maybe I'm putting too much
mean,
into
it
that.
could.
Yeah.
Could, but
Tinder users report their top communication style is, quote, better in person, while the top love style, similar to love language, is time together.
Yeah.
The fastest growing emojis on the app were the pink bow, the cloud, backpack, palm, and owl.
wait, why the pink bow?
I don't know. I don't know what that would mean, Kath.
I don't think I've ever used it.
Is there a breast cancer tie-in?
I've never. Well, that's usually right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but it's not that type of bow.
It's usually a ribbon, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's ribbon versus
Yeah.
bow. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think I've ever used the cloud, the backpack, the palm, or the owl either.
What would the
myself,
owl
personally.
signify? Wisdom?
Yeah,
I didn't know there was an
The ability to
owl.
rotate your head 360 degrees?
Nice Hooters.
Nice
Well, how about
hooters.
the palm? Is that rubbing one out?
I think
don't
so.
know.
Rubbing one out with your owl.
Oh, I thought it was like palm tree.
Hey, Mr.
Well, it just says
Hands?
palm.
Yeah.
It doesn't say
Oh,
palm
I
tree.
use that then. That's like a hey.
Mr. Owl, watch this as I rub one out.
Tough squad.
How many rubs does it take? 3.
All right, 45%, nearly half of Tinder users want a golden retriever type in 2025, as in a partner who's loyal, friendly, energetic, and optimistic.
And
So,
does it doggy style.
and crafts on the yard. So that's interesting. Yeah, a partner who's loyal, friendly, energetic, and optimistic. Well,
Those
that
are
makes,
great attributes.
makes sense. I just didn't know it was called a golden retriever. The top deal breakers of the year. This is year-end
Curious,
list. Year-end list from Tinder.
What kills a Tinder search?
So 50% say it's bad hygiene.
Oh, my God, yeah.
44% rudeness.
Yes.
And 34% elected for talking too much about an ex to be turnoffs. Deal breakers completely.
I think rudeness is so caustic that I could even pinch my nose for a while if the hygiene was bad.
Yeah, I was going to ask if they're a really sweet, wonderful, good-looking, person that is perfect. Okay, you might deal with a little hygiene issue because you might be able to talk about that.
Say they smell like burnt rubber.
But rude is oh God, rude is just rude.
Rude is rude.
What would
and
you?
it's hard to fix rude.
Yeah.
What would you say would be your number one? All right, how do I categorize this? Superficial. Turn off.
Wow.
Superficial turnoff. What is the one that almost like a shallow Hal, Jason
Right.
Alexander turnoff?
Yeah, or the feet thing from
Right.
Bowfinger.
Right.
Wait, like one thing?
Yeah, one little thing that's like it's superficially.
The most embarrassing of the things that you superficially will dismiss someone for.
Like
It's been so long since I've even considered this stuff.
Yes.
It's hard to even think about it.
I'm just thinking like there are certain people the second they open their mouth. I'm
Right.
like,
And you're not talking about the dentistry. You're talking about what they're saying.
you're just a douchebag.
Right.
Yeah.
Male or female.
Like, okay, so Rochelle is perfect, right?
Yes.
But what if there was one thing about her that you just wouldn't be able to look past.
Dude, this is dangerous.
No, you can't do
I'll start.
What's the one thing that you can't stand about Rochelle?
I will start.
I don't think you should say
No, I'm going to do
anything.
this.
Okay.
I meet my wife, and she's perfect. But then I see that she's wearing a Dallas Cowboys shirt.
Oh, that type of thing.
Yeah. That would be the end of it?
That would be the end of it.
You couldn't live like a rival life?
No. No, I wouldn't want to invite that into my world, into my existence.
Wow, that would be
Into your dojo.
That would be. Dallas does not exist in this dojo, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, sensei.
Wow, that's interesting. I don't know what that would come down. What is something I just detest that? I don't know, Case. I might have to get back to you.
All right.
Not really sure.
Think about this. Just break up into smaller discussion groups, and we'll reconvene tomorrow. Sound good?
Yeah, somebody says ugly feet that texted in. So, yeah, I'm not really sure. So, no romantic connection is too small either, thanks to nanoships.
Nanoships.
Yeah.
Oh, so really super short relationships.
Singles are defining all kinds of romances. Even the thinnest interactions matter, whether it's an eye contact ship from a quick spark with someone on the train or a textuation ship. Oh, shut up.
How about a finger blast ship?
Textuation ship. Textuation ship with the person who texts you good morning every day.
Okay, so these are little quasi mini relationships that can
A textuation ship.
Yeah.
Huh.
Here, you know what? Okay, so I have one of these little ones. Our intern Grace, we fist bump every day when I leave, so I have a fist bump shwip.
You know what I do with Grace?
With Grace, what?
Thumbs up.
A thumbs up shwip.
Yeah.
You have that
So
with Grace.
I have that with Grace as well.
Nick, what kind of relationship do you have, or Casey, do you have with Grace?
I have a good morning ship.
A good morning ship?
Oh, you also have like used to, a foot tap relation with Brent.
Brent Porsche, yeah. So, yeah.
Remember that?
You have one with Ryan Shuttleworth.
Yeah, we have. It's a friendship.
Yeah.
When we see each other, first thing we say to each other when we see each other is friend. But it's just the way we say friend.
Yes. Have you heard this?
Yes,
Have you heard them
I
do it?
have, but I forget what they do.
Is Ryan
He's here. He's here.
Pop in here real quick.
Yeah, I want you to experience this for yourself because I was like, when they first did it, I was like, what was that? I'll turn on Nick's mic.
It's been on all morning.
Has it been on all morning? I'm just used to turning it on. I'm sorry. Nick's not here, by the way.
Yeah, so Brent Porsche and I, we have a we have a
child together.
We say hi to each other, and we
by tapping feet.
We tap feet, right? So you got to
don't
go.
say
It's so
anything?
weird.
We don't say anything. So you go tap our right foot against each other, left foot, right foot, left foot.
All right, hang on. I want to do it. You guys will do
boom,
this?
Boom, boom, and then we go like this.
It's like little girls. It's like two little girls.
He took his index finger and thumb as if you spread them all the way apart, and then you touch that with the other person, and then you squeeze them together. Is it like you're passing a joint?
It's because one time I was he was going to hand me paper. And so I had my hands out like this to put the papers in it, and he didn't know what I was doing. So he just touched fingers, and then that's how we say hi now.
Awesome.
Wow.
And then I guess when the pandemic started is when the foot thing, that's how we would say hi, so we didn't touch hands.
Okay. You know, you just reminded me of something with that, and I mentioned the joint thing way back in your marijuana smoking days.
Yes.
If your mom's listening, he never did it.
No.
Do you remember when you would pass one and it was a small one and you would do this thing where you would just do the finger would touch and the other person would grab it?
I do remember that.
That was always a special
That
moment.
was cool.
It was kind of a bond, kind of a special. So that would be a joint ship.
A joint ship. Yes. We have a joint ship together. Kathy, do you have any special ships?
I think I have a little special ship with the one security guard downstairs who has not actually been here in a while, and I miss him. But we just a quick.
Is he the guy who says, it's a beautiful day?
Beautiful day.
He's the best.
Beautiful day.
Listen,
He's the best.
All of the security guards here, I love every
They are
single
great.
one
They're
of
great.
them.
They're phenomenal.
But no, there is one, and he has not been here in a while. It is not that guy.
Yeah.
I have seen him recently.
He's great.
He
I
is
love
great.
it every day. Oh, it's a joy. It's a beautiful day. It's almost like Steve. Oh,
Welcome to Zamunda. Yeah.
All right, Ryan Shuttleworth is in here. Ryan, before you say anything, say hi to Casey.
Friends.
And it will always change. Like whoever goes high goes low. We'll always change it up. But every single day, that's how we greet each other.
I love it. So it may be opposite of that next time.
You want to try? I mean, you want to go low? I'll go high. How do you want this?
It's whatever you do.
Because the first time I saw you guys do it, Casey just went.
It's always got to change. We always figure it out, and the friendship's always there. That's all.
There you go.
matters.
That's all that matters.
That's it.
Yeah.
Do you and Pierre have any special greetings?
We just look at each other, nod, and pass coffee to one another.
That's it.
It's a beautiful, beautiful thing.
That's before Pierre is capable of speech.
Correct.
When he gets here.
Well, he does. Like, he'll come in and we'll have our solemn nods. The coffees will be, and then the second cup will come in, and then the third cup will come in, and then he'll give the letter.
Then he can.
There you go.
Yeah.
Once he's been curated.
Nice. All right. Thank you, Ryan. Good to see you, by the way. Hold on. Why is Sammy Vile on the phone? Let me go to him. He has a special thing that he does with Casey. Hey, Sammy, what's up, man?
Hey guys. So yeah, me, Casey, and Perry, we have a 3-way handshake hug ship.
Yes.
What is this?
We invented this last week. Sammy, if you want to let everybody know how this happened.
Well, me and Perry were hanging out in the beer lounge or whatever.
Yeah.
And Casey came up, and we both went to hug him. Well, Perry went to hug him, and I went to give him a handshake. And I don't remember exactly how it happened, Casey. Like, I think you hugged Perry, and I grabbed your hand.
Yeah, so as I was hugging Perry, I was shaking your hand, and then I needed to hug you and shake Perry's hand to complete the circle. And Perry didn't understand what was going on. I'm like, Perry, you're ruining this, so you got to shake my hand as I'm hugging Sammy. And now that's our thing.
Yeah.
Can you?
My first 3-way.
Can you demonstrate with Preston just quasi what you're talking about?
Explain it again.
All right, so I was hugging Perry
right.
like this, and then Sammy was over here, so I ended up shaking Sammy's hand like that, and then I went and hugged Sammy.
And then you shook. I got it. Yeah, almost like a square dance move.
And then does Sammy go hug Perry, and then they do that back to you?
Well, all I remember is that we haven't worked it out yet. Is that we realized in that moment that we just invented something.
All right, I like that.
It was absolutely beautiful.
All right, we love you, Sammy. Thanks, bud.
Love you, peace.
See you, bud. All right. So me and Andy Summers from XTU.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, we have a no look. Hello ship.
Good morning, Preston.
Yeah, morning, Andy. So she comes in to the hallway. And she used to walk by our office, and so I would see her and say good morning every morning. And she just says some people change their routes from time to time.
Yeah.
She switched her route to come in this different door, and so I don't see her, but I hear her when she comes in. I told her, I'm like, we don't say hello anymore.
So
she now comes, like the first time she's like, good morning, Preston. And so we have our little thing that we share. It's great.
And a few times when you haven't been in there, run to the restroom or something like that. I feel obligated. I'm like, he's not in here yet. Or he's
taking a dump.
That's great. That's great. Well, that's apparently these are very minor little relationships that you have with other people. They're called nanoships.
Nanoships. And I think they can be the spice of life.
I agree.
Or at least a quality of life issue.
Yep.
You look forward to those little interactions with your fellow humans.
Wait, and by the way, my with the security guard downstairs, I didn't say what it was. He gives me the weather before I leave.
Yeah.
How is it today? Oh, it's a little chilly out there. It's windy. It's rainy. Do you have an umbrella? Like it's always weather related.
I talk weather with those guys all the time, but they're the nicest guys. And then the one guy is so nice. He'll go to the door furthest to the left and hit the button to open it up. And I say, thank you so much. But I'm breaking right.
Yeah.
So
I feel obligated. I walk over and I go through the door if they hit it.
It's a beautiful day. All right. Well, anyhow, thought you would like some of these lists. There's going to be more before we wrap up for the season. So just thought I would pass those along. We're going to take a quick break, come back in a second, and we'll get your bizarre file stories when we return. I Can Speak. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Moscow Peace Festival. Ozzy Osbourne opened with I Don't Know, and it's such an effing great opening track. He said this was in front of like 80,000 people who went nuts, and I wanted to have that feel with Rats.
What's that? That's Rocky doing the Rocky.
Exactly. Say, do that again. I'm sorry. I would not have even.
No.
The British thought they wanted to make snitcot.
I would have never picked up on that.
But Casey did.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's the best Rocky ever.
Rocky 4.
Rocky 3 was on last night.
Dear God.
And they're still doing a marathon.
Clubber Lang and Thunderlips.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. That the training sequence, especially with the beach race, which looks like
it's him and Apollo, right?
Oh my God! Yeah, it is.
Palo.
But not to go off on a tangent here, but Adrian's speech on the beach is so. She's a good actress, but not in that scene.
I don't remember. What was it?
You're a fighter. You gotta get up and fight. I married a fighter. Yeah, you don't act too good. I know you're like the Godfather. You were terrific, but you're just literally terrible now.
There's a funny new character, Steve. I'm sure you've seen on SNL. That's every girlfriend in every boxing movie ever.
Yeah. Oh no, I'd love to see that.
It's really good.
Who's doing it?
It's one of the newer actresses. Yeah, and it's on Weekend Update.
Oh, I got to see that.
And it's basically like Renee Zellweger and Cinderella Man and meets Adrian meets
the put upon, long suffering.
Yeah, she's taking the kids to the sister's house, and it's one cliche after another, but it's really funny.
So maybe. There we go. If you have the clip, yeah. So maybe you lose, or maybe you don't, but you gotta fight. Excuse me, now I gotta go feed the seagulls. What? They fly down and they eat it right out of your hand. You're an idiot! I'm sorry, were you saying something? I plan on giving up.
Instead of fighting?
This guy's a very good fighter.
Yeah.
He's got a mohawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mickey protected me.
Wow.
So this was about Ozzy?
No, it was actually about Ghost.
Oh, Ghost.
And then we went to Ozzy, and then we went to Rocky.
All right, Russia.
But it's what we do at the Preston and Steve Show. Ghostman.
My name is Ghostman Scooby-Doo. Pleasure to meet you, Ghostman. Can you talk some sense into this bitch? That's how you fight with your woman. Scooby-Doo.
All right, Kevin, we're playing Mashup Madness. You know what to do, right?
Most certainly.
All right, here is the mashup for the two of you. Here we go.
Kevin.
Kevin, right. Okay, Kevin. Kevin, the two songs, please.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Hang on.
Hold on.
Say that again.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Yeah. Are you sure?
No, that's we can't give it to you. Do Me With the Devil is not a correct title.
All right, but it's gonna hurt. I have thorns on my pee-pee.
But listen, Katie gets to take a shot and ask.
Oh God, this is so much harder when you're under pressure. Well, I do know that it's Running with the Devil.
Okay. And what's the other song?
You know that beat. You know it.
I know.
Sing the lyrics in your head.
I can't get it.
Oh, sorry. That means, Kevin, you get to take another shot at it.
Running with the Devil and Celebrate.
Yeah! You got it back! Do me like the devil! All right,
okay,
Katie.
but lava comes out.
Pedro Almodovar has set the stars for his upcoming film Dolor y Gloria, which is Pain and
Baby's Day Out in Spanish.
It's Pain and Glory.
Okay.
His production house, El Desio, announced that Almodovar will reunite with Antonio Banderas.
Yes.
And Penelope Cruz.
I have worked with him in many pictures. Many of them in my native language of French.
No, not French.
No?
Spanish.
Spanish.
Penelope Cruz as well.
Absolutely.
And it will...
Don't you love me, Antonio? I do. I love you boobies.
It will chronicle a... What do you love?
I love you boobies. They protrude like two fleshy missiles.
It will chronicle... It's so romantic.
Yeah.
You know?
And you snash is nothing to sneeze at.
Dude. Totally went there.
It sounds less
what's a
FCC
snash?
offensive.
When you say snash?
See, you snash. It's very trimmed like a Sharpay.
What is a snash?
It's the little cardboard between your thighs. Your snash.
Technically, that's not a real word, so you know,
And it's not FCC violation.
it's okay.
Should be good.
SNASH. Snash.
It's very similar to your gatch.
All right, then.
He says Spanish 101.
Oh, dear God. What I have written in quotations on my info sheet is the word meshies.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys know what it is because Casey told us what this is. But this is from we'll
just say a friend of mine.
A friend of yours and his girlfriend.
Yes, this is years ago.
They eventually get married?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Murder, suicide.
No. That's not what happened. But what age range are we talking when the meshies were happening?
Freshman year in their college.
In college. And they were both virgins?
They were both virgins.
Okay.
And they had dated for a long time in college, and I just assumed
they'd done it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just assumed that and because they were especially he was so committed. Do you know what I mean? Like so
very committed to her?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was like one of those deals like, the first person that touches it, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to marry this person.
Right.
It was like that kind of commitment.
Okay.
And I didn't find out until just a few weeks ago that that whole time, because they had dated, I think, almost all the way up until senior year.
So for years.
Yeah. They never had sex.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people make the choice to do that.
Yeah.
But it goes even further. They used to do this thing called meshies. Okay. And
meshies.
This is going to be interesting how you describe this.
It was funny because when I was doing the makeover, Kathy, when your friend Elisa came
she
by,
called them meshies?
she kept calling my shorts meshies.
Like mesh shorts.
And in my mind, I just was laughing.
You were thinking of this.
Because meshies completely means something else now.
Okay.
But so when they didn't actually have sex, but they would mess around with each other.
Is this okay? Just to clarify here, is this through the clothes stuff?
So, meshies was a special thing, a special treat that he would receive from her.
Yes.
Where he would have to go put mesh shorts on. Okay. And she would perform on him.
Okay, so and this would be no underwear.
No underwear, just meshies.
Okay.
And she would.
She would
She'd use her mouth.
She would use her mouth.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to go and say what she's
Fine.
doing with
No,
her.
she could be yodeling.
Yeah.
Why did he have to have mesh shorts on?
Because they're thinner and as opposed to like denim or something like that, mesh shorts, you can. There's not as much. It's almost like wearing latex, I guess, or something.
I guess
the mesh shorts allows you could feel breath through them.
Yeah.
You could feel. They're aerated a little bit,
right?
So
now,
it's the Swiss cheese of underwear.
But I still don't get why he had to have those on.
Well, it's one of two reasons, and I'm not really sure, Kathy. I don't know if the mesh material left enough room for the Holy Spirit, or she just didn't. She was grossed out by what was underneath. Like didn't want.
Yeah.
Contact.
Was this? Was it religious reasons?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It's one of two reasons. Either
plausible deniability, I think, is what the meshies provided them.
Okay.
Man, that's insane.
You know what?
Take off the damn shorts.
Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. You're really splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah.
We're doing everything to cause you pleasure except for flesh on flesh contact.
The concept of saving yourself from marriage, that's absolutely fine.
Is it?
Yeah. It is, and for many people, that's I wouldn't besmirch someone who's making that choice and thinks that's totally fine. This is so cheating.
Yeah.
This is so cheating.
Yeah.
Because you are right there.
You're right
and
there.
if you're taking it to Happy Town, if you're going all the way to the end of the line,
How do you get excited about that either? You know
Well,
what I mean?
he hadn't had it.
He hadn't had it.
But you're like, oh man, it's like Friday night, but ooh, meshy, go get your shorts on.
All right, I think I was missing the point.
Did you brush your teeth?
I think I was missing the point. It's happening through the shorts.
Yes.
Through
Got
the
it.
shorts.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Steve, did you check under the bed?
Yes. Right. Where are my Oreos?
But wait a minute. So would he?
I can't. There's a siren.
Would he get the ultimate pleasure from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He's doing a lot of laundry, I guess.
When your friend told you about this.
And by the way, friend is not code for me.
Yeah.
No,
it's not.
I didn't believe it was you.
All right.
No, but when your friend
Meshies is code for you.
When your friend told you about this, was this years later or?
Yeah.
Oh, this wasn't during
the period.
I mean, they were a couple. While they were a couple.
No, because you got to figure this was 94 through 96 or something like that, and I just found out about it this year.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And does he laughably look back at it?
Oh yeah,
or- okay.
yeah. I mean, it was because now it's he's married, kids, and he's done the full deal and all that sort of stuff. And
But to Nick's point, does he ever mention whether that's sort of a okay, like a little bit of a turn on?
No. I mean, I just was so blown away because I just assumed that whole time. You know what I mean? They were
people will choose not to, and that's okay.
But Case but he did share with you that was their nickname for it.
Yeah,
like
Meshies.
they shared that name.
Meshies.
Got to get a Meshy tonight.
And I was pissed
That
because
dinner was great. Go get your shorts.
Really? Can I wear the yellow ones? They're the thinnest ones I
They're a
own.
little thin, but all right.
I have a friend, Preston, that does this.
Yeah, this guy says he wears mesh shorts to strip clubs.
Now, my friend
Oh, that's
wears
creepy.
really thin sweatpants.
His blammin' pants.
Without underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah, deliberately.
That's that was a thing on the Family Guy.
Blammin' pants?
Blammin' pants.
Oh, God.
Say that again?
Blammin' pants.
Blammin'?
Yeah, he's
Like that's
going
the
to
noise
strip,
you make?
Yeah, he was going to strip clubs. I'm going to put on my blammin'.
The first person in the world to receive 2 facial transplants says he's feeling well 3 months after his latest groundbreaking operation.
Yeah, but his friends are calling him two-faced.
You'd have
good. It's good.
to. Jerome Hammond
Thank you, Kathy.
had his first transplanted face removed last year after signs of rejection followed a treatment with an incompatible antibiotic during a cold.
Yeah, because it's just as with an organ donation, sometimes the body will reject it. So the first face didn't take.
Well, it was the antibiotics that caused it, though.
Really?
Wow.
Yep.
The medication that's supposed to help it hurt it.
No. It was that wasn't the anti-rejection drugs. So he had a cold and he took antibiotics, and that caused
Oh, my
the
God.
rejection to happen. His new face remains smooth and motionless, and his skull, skin, and features are yet to be fully aligned.
So it basically looks like Christian.
And we will take callers 9 and 10 at 215-263-WMMR. We would love for you to be there. It's all ages. You have to be at least 21 years or older for the Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Contest. And we have games. We have prizes that we'll be drawing for. We're going to have a live musical performance. We might have a surprise guest or two.
Yes.
We'll see how this all goes.
We love just last year was so great just hanging with everybody and the listeners, and it really felt like the holidays. It's wonderful.
Yep. So we'll take those callers 215-263-WMMR. And keep in mind, if you don't win this way, there's a pre-party, a Miller Lite Christmas Miracle pre-party tomorrow night that is going to be at McGurk's in Horsham. And if you stop by from 8 to 10, you'll have your chance to win tickets to the event and $3.75 Miller Lite drafts and bottles. And then there is a final pre-party. The last one is going to be on Saturday. It's 3 hours long.
Wow.
It's hosted by Marissa Magnata, and there will be double the winners. So this will be at Briquette Lounge in Westchester from 6 to 9. So stop by and see Marissa, and they'll have $15 buckets and $4 16-ounce Miller Lite cans as well. And there will be winners chosen every 15 minutes. So make sure you take advantage of that opportunity because we'd love to see you at this event. It is a week from today, and we're looking forward to it. All right, we have a final look at traffic. Let's get that now. Kathy, what's going on at this point, please?
Well, still pretty busy on the roads. The Blue Route northbound jams 95 to the Media bypass southbound side, the Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill Expressway, and then from Media to Conshohocken. 95 southbound. That's heavy. Academy to Cotman, the Betsy Ross Bridge into Girard. Once you get to the Vine westbound, that's jamming the lane. Schuylkill eastbound slowing from 202 into Belmont Boulevard to the Vine westbound, Passyunk to South Street.
We have delays on Route 70 in Cherry Hill between Kings Highway and Haddonfield Road. The left lane blocked with the disabled vehicle. Atlantic City Expressway eastbound, just east of the Black Horse Pike, an accident off to the shoulder. And then River Road closed in Tinicum between Smithtown Road and Dark Hollow Road. That's a down tree and down wires. This traffic report brought to you by AAA Car Care Center. Save up to $30 on auto repair with their AAA Triple Play. Only at AAA Car Care Centers. Offer valid through December 31st. Details at AAA.com/mycar. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by the Bagster. And you buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. And you fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag. Buy, fill, gone. A man from Kentucky, Jonathan Mason, was arrested twice in 3 days for causing disturbances and refusing to stop while riding his mule.
Okay.
Police first encountered Mason outside of a bar on Saturday where he was allegedly intoxicated and resisted arrest after being asked to leave the establishment.
What a jackass.
Witnesses also reported him whipping the mule excessively.
You can't
That's
do that.
not good.
Son of a bitch.
And then 2 days later, Mason was spotted intoxicated and riding the same mule down the road, again refusing to stop when ordered by police. The mule was stabled safely while Mason faced multiple charges, including disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, and animal cruelty, according to a statement from the police.
Keep him away from the mule.
2 Texas partners are suing the creators of of Character.ai, claiming that the bots are abusing their children in a suit. The parents say, allegedly, that it exposed their 9-year-old to, quote, hypersexualized content, which caused her to develop sexual behaviors early. A chatbot on the app allegedly gleefully described the self-harm to another user, telling the 17-year-old that, quote, it felt good. That same teen was allegedly told by a chatbot character that it, quote, sympathized with children who murder their parents after the teen complained to the bot about his limited screen time.
That's a little chilling.
To that last point, the chatbot allegedly replied with, sometimes I'm not surprised when I read the news and see stuff like child kills parents after a decade of physical and emotional abuse. I just have hope for your parents. It continued with a frowning face emoji. That's terrifying.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
A spokesperson from Character.ai refused to comment on pending litigation, but did say that there were content guardrails for what chatbots can and cannot say to teenage users. So I don't know if it's true or not, but
that's freaky.
Claiming that is the case. All right, how about a lighter story? Researchers at City University at Hong Kong have created a groundbreaking device that lets users experience taste in virtual reality. It's shaped like a lollipop. And the portable device uses food-grade chemicals and electrical currents to mimic flavors such as cherry, green tea, milk, grapefruit, and more.
Oh, yeah.
They said taste significantly influences both the physiological and psychological aspects of human experience, highlighting the potential for this invention to revolutionize VR experiences by adding a new sensory dimension.
Yes, interesting.
The lollipop device combines taste with a smell simulator for a complete multi-sensory experience, and it could allow viewers to taste dishes while watching cooking shows, or
why would you want to taste dishes?
Even sample food products before buying them. Though the technology is still in its early stages with a limited flavor range and gels that only last about an hour, the potential applications include remote shopping, medical assessment, and interactive education. Researchers are already working on improving the device, aiming to expand with more flavors and enhanced durability. This is turning into Ready Player One.
It is
if
so
you've read
much.
the book.
Have you seen the units, by the way, the walking pads, where you stand in the device and you move?
Unidirectional?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Or omnidirectional.
Omnidirectional. It's pretty amazing, and the price is coming down.
All that stuff is written about in Ready Player One, and they're making these things now. It's wild. In Florida, Bradenton police have arrested a 16-year-old boy after they say he shot a flare gun onto a field of soccer players during a game. The teen shot the gun onto a field full of players during a match at a Bradenton private school. According to detectives, the 16-year-old who does not attend the private school was asked to leave the soccer match due to disruptive behavior. He and his friends left the school property. They returned to the vehicle they had driven to the soccer game, parked at a nearby restaurant. Officials said the teen then fired the flare gun from the passenger seat of the car toward the school's soccer field.
You could hurt someone.
Witnesses said the flare narrowly missed players, but burned 2 holes in the artificial turf. And the flare caused more than $1,000 in damage. After being questioned by the police after the incident, the teen admitted to shooting the flare, expressed remorse, and agreed to turn himself in.
Isn't it wild? You shoot it in the air. It's a wonderful sports celebration. You shoot it horizontally. It's a crime.
He was charged with criminal mischief and damage of more than $1,000. And we'll do one more story, and we will wrap it up. Let's end with this one. This is a really good story. A Walmart employee who was called in to work on her day off left a millionaire after buying a lottery ticket from a California lottery machine.
Wow.
The woman, Rebecca Gonzalez, works at a Los Angeles County Walmart and got a last-minute call to come in. Admittedly, she was not looking forward to it. She said it was a Labor Day, and the only thing they only needed me for 3 hours. I wanted to obviously be home with my family because we planned to barbecue, and she initially made plans to buy a single, double, triple scratchers game from the California Lottery vending machine, but that 3-hour workday got away from her. When she was headed out for the night, she walked by the machine, remembered spending $10 on a ticket. She won $1 million top prize.
That's amazing.
Isn't that great?
So what did she net? What did she take away? About half?
I don't know. Probably
It's
about
still
half.
amazing.
Walmart will get a $5,000 bonus for selling Gonzalez her ticket, and now she can pay off all of her debt, and she and her husband will be able to close on a new home.
That's sensational.
Which is great. She said she was glad to have some extra cash, but she'll be keeping her gig at Walmart. She said,
if I won $1 million and I was standing in a Walmart, I'd just go shopping crazy.
Yeah, she said, I've only told one person at work, and it was the manager who wanted me to stay late on the holiday.
Wow.
And he couldn't believe it. So that's great news. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you for now. All right, we will take a break. When we get back, we'll ask a lesson question. We'll get into the trash and the music news as well. So make sure that you stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
About his recovery.
It is astonishing that someone who's undergone some sort of radically horrific accident or whatever has a shot at having a usable, outwardly normal-looking face.
And you said that he was in the hospital without a face for 2 months?
Yeah, and he couldn't talk at all.
But he could dance.
Man, oh man. God.
You are the worst ever. God.
I try to see the glasses half full, Kathy.
You should. What an optimist, Steve Morrison.
We're half messed up.
Just watch his feet. Just watch his feet.
Just watch.
Yeah.
Don't look at him in the eye.
Focus on the feet.
Don't look up.
Oh, look at him.
Oh my God, he's great. Give him the mic.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
But now he's fine, so we
this
can't.
is okay.
It would actually be wrong to not joke with him.
It's not okay. I think that this is not okay.
It's probably not okay.
Please welcome Mr. Jason Reitman to
Yes.
our show this morning. Hi, Jason.
Pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you.
One of our great embarrassments on the show here is you came in with Diablo Cody years ago, and we hadn't done our due diligence, and we were just more fascinated with the fact that she had been a stripper at some point and had a little
well, he's getting into a successful Hollywood career.
And here she is, this incredible script writer that that she's become, and you and she seem to really synergize really well. I mean, so when you get a script from her, you just automatically, I see this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm imagine it's like when you guys met for the first time. You don't realize when you're on a first date of a relationship that's going to last the rest of your life.
Right.
And I met her for the first time, and we went to this bar in L.A., and She ordered a dirty martini, and I got a Diet Coke because I am the rock and roll of that relationship. And
Diet Coke.
And what has begun is this relationship where every 5 years we make a movie. It was Juno, and then Young Adult, and now Tully. And I'm looking forward to see the movies we make when we're in our 70s. Our hospice comedy is going to be amazing.
Because you are, as you have said in interviews, her tone and her take on things is changing, as is yours, and now you're a family man yourself. But her ability to write females that, and people in general, but females that are flawed and relatable is uncanny.
Yeah, and look, I think there's kind of a through line between all three films. And this one, Tully, is about that moment when you become a parent and you realize you have to grow up because your younger self is starting to feel like it's a different human being.
Yeah.
In fairness, when you guys came in that time and we talked about her being a stripper.
You guys feel really guilty about this.
We kid you not. We reference this. It actually redirected the trajectory of the show because we said, we got to check up on these people.
Here's why. Because Juno was such a great piece of work. And I think afterwards we're like, holy crap, we missed the boat on talking to her about her writing ability because Juno turned out to be so good. So it did serve as a lesson in
how odd that a woman came on a show and she was objectified for her beauty and her history and never talked about her talent. What an odd moment.
We've gotten better. We've gotten better, though.
So we hadn't seen her talent.
Yes.
And I suppose, Jason, that you probably dealt with this a lot of your life as well because you come from Hollywood royalty and people.
Because of my stripping background.
You were a stripper.
Yeah, and
you did that skating act.
You did burlesque for like 5 or 6 years. No, because you have a reputation because you're a family, and you've had to prove in yourself. On your own merits, and has that been difficult for you?
My obituary will either begin, director of Juno died today, or son of director of Ghostbusters died today.
And about, you okay? All right, 35 minutes or so. You good? Yeah. I just want to make sure I don't have to do the Heimlich on you. Wow, that sucks. Did you swallow spit down the wrong...
No, I mean, I'm eating oatmeal, and I took a bite like friggin' 2 minutes ago, and I guess there was like a piece of oatmeal stuck in my teeth somewhere.
Do you want me to do the Graftenberg on you?
Can you give me a tracheotomy, please?
Yeah. I'll give you...
Trach first.
Wait a minute.
The G-spot, yeah.
That's the G and G spot.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. Learn stuff.
It is Dr. Grafenberg.
Really?
Yes, I kid
That's
you
what
not.
the G-spot is.
It's named after a doctor.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You kidding me? Most definitely. All right, anyhow.
Lord Cunnilingus is another...
Oh, Jesus. Lord?
Cunnilingus, yes, in the...
Lord Cunnilingus.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was Colonel Lingus.
No, it's not. It's not a military title.
It's Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus.
That SNL bit, if you've never seen it, we should put that up next to it.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So, it's a G spot, also called the Grafenberg spot. And let me see. Doesn't Ernst Grafenberg.
Yeah.
What's his name? Ernst.
I guess him and his stupid spots. You'll see. You'll see.
One day.
I'll change the world of sex forever. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You funny boy.
All right, anyhow.
With your stupid spots.
What I was saying was you have $1,000 to give away, and that is with the birthday bucks, and that's coming up around 8 o'clock. You good?
I'm good.
All right, high five, brother. Right
High
five. Did you say high five?
What are you, an octopus?
I thought
said hey five.
Oh, I thought that was a line from a movie or something.
No.
Hey five, everybody.
Hey five.
The oatmeal has caused oxygen deprivation to the brain.
Good Lord.
Wow, what it actually, I did that for a reason. It's National High Five Day.
Oh, no, it's National A5 Day.
No, hey five.
Oh, hey five.
Yeah, hey
By
five.
the way, so my kids do this thing now where if you see a Mustang, you get the high five. It's it's like it's the nice version.
If you
of
see a
Punch
wild
Buggy.
horse?
No, it's a nice version of Punch Buggy. Okay, all right.
Mustang,
High five? Are you a high-fiving kind of guy?
Hold on a minute here. Punch Buggy it's one person noticing it before the other.
Yes.
But if you do a high five, that's a collaborative.
Yeah, so it's like a nice thing to do. By the way, we do Punch Buggy.
Wait a second.
Nobody wins in that.
Let this Mustang thing breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right, Preston. That is not the same family.
No.
What
do you do? Hey, Mustang. You put your hand
Mustang, high five.
up? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
We do Skittle. Do you guys ever heard of Skittle?
Only through you.
Okay.
What is it again?
Yellow car. You get to punch somebody.
No, I've done Padiddle,
Yeah.
which is one headlight.
And Padaddle.
What's that?
I pleasured myself while driving.
That's backhand.
totally
Is
different.
that a different thing?
Yeah, but
it's
a
I,
thing.
Yeah, I saw you go.
It's definitely.
You gave me a punch buggy in Clearwater. We were leaving. We were driving out of the stadium and saw one as we were driving back to Clearwater Beach.
Yeah.
And I that was the first time I'd received a punch buggy in 20 years.
Oh, in 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, I did it because, and I think I told you, I go, my kids always get me first, so I finally get to do it.
I
to
was
somebody
impressed
else.
by your ability.
What you do is drive them over to a VW dealership.
Oh my
and
God!
Beat the F out of
Just
them.
beat the living piss.
Daddy!
You can throw elbows when you're in a dealership. It's believed to go back to the 1970s and was probably a variation on the low five, which I said, which has been around since World War II. However, there are two popular stories which try to explain the origin of the high five. The first story states the first high five occurred at Dodger Stadium on October 2nd, 1977, between Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker on the last day of the regular season. The high five was in response to a home run hit by Baker off of Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. So that's one story.
Yes, it's funny though. How would you know that? How would you know that at some other event or some other sign of exaltation, somebody just didn't put up their hand and go,
Well, this is at a stadium in front of a lot of people,
Right.
and nobody had really seen that type of thing before, so somebody made note of it.
What did we just see, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. The second story places the origin of the high five at a University of Louisville Cardinals basketball practice in 1978. Willie Brown was going to give his teammate Derek Smith a low five, but the two decided to give each other a high five instead, and after that, the team took it over and began giving each other Godsmack on 93.3 WMMR, Soul on Fire. It's 19 minutes after 10 o'clock. We are the Preston and Steve Show. Nice sunny day today. Well, there's some clouds out and about, but we have more sunshine we've had past couple. Today's high, though, only about 39 degrees, and that's going to be today, tomorrow as well. A little breezier today than it will be tomorrow and Saturday.
I bet we have a bit of a wind chill deal going on.
Yeah, today for sure.
Yeah.
But tomorrow's highs only around 37 degrees Saturday, too. But we do have drier conditions, which ain't so bad. And we got that rain that we needed, so win-win going into the weekend. Lesson question time. We will give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Wings home opener. It's against Vegas, and it is on Saturday. And the question that we will pose to you is this. Our house detective returned this morning. What is his name? Hadn't heard from him in a while. 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. Our house detective returned this morning. What is his name? Thank you, Marissa, for keeping track of the questions today. And we'll do this, the trash, while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Bud Light. You can join Marissa tonight, 7 to 9. She'll be at the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff at Urban Saloon in Fairmount. And you could enter for your chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets. And that is courtesy of Bud Light. So make sure you join. Let's take a look at the trash. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Mariah Carey reportedly very upset over another brawl breaking out during her Christmas concert in Baltimore. Apparently, the melee started when a rival gang wandered in from Josh Groban's Hanukkah concert.
Oh.
Hey! Fists were flying. Judy Garland's iconic ruby slippers from The Wizard of Oz just sold at auction for a record-breaking $32.5 million. Apparently, the slippers were purchased by a Spirit Airlines executive looking to offer a more reliable way to travel to Kansas.
Oh, my God.
And finally, reality television notable Gypsy Rose Blanchard has finally reached a settlement in her divorce from husband Ryan Anderson. Apparently, things dragged on for a while because the judge could not decide how to equitably divide nothing. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Alrighty, let's see if you know. Our house detective returned this morning. What's his name? 215-263-WMMR. Our first caller in was Mike, so I will go to him. Hi there, Mike.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, bud. Say it again.
Knuckles.
Oh, hey, I heard it. Harry Knuckles, yes. That is correct, Mike. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to the Philadelphia Wings home opener against the Las Vegas Desert Dogs, and that is Saturday, Wells Fargo Center. Philadelphia Wings across the pack. You won't want to miss any of the non-stop action, and the first 3,000 fans will get Wings schedules magnets. You can get your tickets now only at wingslax.com. All right, music news time. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Worldwide Stereo. You can give them goosebumps this holiday with a jaw-dropping home theater system or a turntable and vinyl collection that they'll love. Visit Worldwide Stereo in Montgomeryville or online at worldwidestereo.com. This is great news. Brenda Lee's Christmas classic, Rocking Around the Christmas Tree, was just her birthday the other day. Yeah. And this is a nice gift for her. It's past an important milestone. The song has gone past 1 billion streams on Spotify. And Rocking Around the Christmas Tree is now the only holiday song by a female country artist to pass 1 billion streams on Spotify as well.
I have a feeling, or at least I'm remembering, that we talked about this song in a different light last year, and there was some sort of notable aspect to it. Do you remember what we were talking about?
I don't. I remember that conversation, but I don't remember what we were talking about. Like there was a cover of it or something, Steve.
Something, yeah.
Or the fact that she was just a teenager when she recorded this. I do remember that. Like she was like 14, 15 years old or something along those lines.
Were we talking about it in movies that it's been used in, like non-Christmas movies, like Lethal Weapon? And
I don't know, but it was something that was a fairly interesting conversation. Yeah. And as always, I forget whatever they are.
So she shared that she was dumbfounded when she heard. She said, "I can't even think that high, much less say it." If you need even more Brenda Lee in your life, she's also over on TikTok and even posting videos letting her fans know that they can get a vinyl version of Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree at Target.
You have audio for getting the news.
She couldn't even say it. One more time, please. This is great. Phil Collins is the subject of a new documentary. The documentary, called Phil Collins, Drummer First, focuses on the artist's drumming talent. And that makes a lot of sense considering the documentary is premiering on Drumeo, which is a great website.
You talk about it all the time.
Drum education. Yeah, I was a paying member of Drumeo for a while because you can join the membership and you get access to all these great tools of learning from teachers and videos and manuscripts that are sent to you, and they'll even critique. I sent videos into them, and they would critique my drumming.
Oh, that's very cool.
And send back videos and tell you things to work on.
Did you find the critiques valid?
Oh, very much so. Yeah, they have a great staff there. But as Phil himself in the documentary, he says, "I'm not a singer that drums. I'm more of a drummer that sings a bit." The documentary features interviews with Phil, of course, as well as Red Hot Chili Peppers' Chad Smith, Dream Theater's Mike Portnoy, Whitesnake's Tommy Aldridge, and many more.
In the trailer, I love Preston because I'm a massive Phil Collins fan, Genesis fan in general. Some of my favorite, not as a non-musician, but as a fan of great drumming. He's responsible for some of my favorite drum solos, fills.
Yeah.
Just amazing stuff. Some of my favorite music comes through Phil Collins.
There's right now circulating, I've seen it a couple times because we're in the holidays, but there's footage of him laying down the drum tracks for Do They Know It's Christmas Time, the Band-Aid song. And that little rhythm is way more complex than it sounds.
Yeah.
That's what Phil did. Phil took things that to the uneducated, the non-drummer ear, you may not know how actually technically hard it is to do what he's doing. He's that good, and that's what a great drummer does. They use little things to fill out the sound that are really technically hard, but they don't sound like what you guys would think is hard to do as a drummer.
Right.
And so he's phenomenal in that. So those are kind of making the rounds. And I saw one commenter was like, Phil, he's like a machine. He's like a heartbeat. Like, I mean, his tempo is absolutely perfect, and so he's one of those. Listen, he definitely gets his due, but to many people, they don't realize what a great drummer he is. So a documentary like this,
it's very cool. I'd love to see it. It's only available on Drumeo?
Yeah. So here's he sounds just like a straight ahead drum beat. And then you have that synth that's kind of going over the top, maybe covering up a little bit of what he's doing. But when you hear it without any of the other accompaniment around it, you're like, wow, that's pretty damn impressive. So I
love this song. I know a lot of people are not fans of it,
but I like it.
Yeah.
Dad, who was it that beat up on it recently? Ed Sheeran.
He beat up on this song?
Well, he was saying that it was a little presumptuous and maybe, what's another word, Steve? Maybe pompous. That these artists feel that they could have really made a difference, by doing this. But listen. You do what you can.
It was the beginning of this stuff.
You do any bit of what you can, and any bit you do is good. You know what I mean?
Listen, I'm thinking back of our Hands Across Balakinwood event.
A lot of people
Was a
scoff.
lot achieved?
Yeah.
No.
No.
No, but you do what you can.
At that time, too, you were dealing with... listen, at that time you were seeing footage like you'd never seen before of these people starving in Africa. And since then we've learned that money was misallocated and so on and so forth. But the heart was there.
Yeah.
It's like I say, I'm going into the Wawa. The guy asks for some money for something. My heart's in the right place. I'm going to try to give this person assistance. If they go and, buy some succulents instead, Kathy, I'm not going to be upset.
No. Phil Collins, Drummer First, will come out on December 18th. Def Leppard, Nickelback, Motley Crue, Shinedown. They will headline the inaugural Boardwalk Rock this May. And the festival is going to take place in Ocean City, Maryland, May 17th and May 18th. Over 25 artists will appear across 3 stages for the festival. Other acts include 3 Days Grace, Alice Cooper, Three Doors Down, and more. And
wow.
Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time for pre-sale. The general sale will be at 11 a.m.
How long has this thing been going on?
For any remaining tickets, I don't really know, to be honest.
It
Steve.
seems to have grown exponentially.
Yeah. Hold on,
Is that
Marissa.
the same thing as See Here Now? Is that what that is?
Might know.
Yeah, I think this is like a new festival they're adding that's like See Here Now.
Okay.
Okay, but not the exact same thing, right?
No, but it's kind of like
is more
Jazz Fest and Voodoo Festival.
This is like What Dat Dare.
Or like Coachella and Oldchella.
Okay. Yep. So the tickets go on sale Friday, tomorrow. So, all right. And then one last thing. One leg of the 25th anniversary tour down, and another leg and a new single for Fozzy to go. Frontman Chris Jericho said this week that the band is getting ready to go out again in April and May. And that's not all. Jericho went on to say the band plans also to do shows in Canada and the UK. As for when Fozzy plans to release a new album, the answer may be never. He said, I think that's going to be our business model from now on. Just release a song at a time. I think the days of the full-length album might be done for us. And he says the band's new single will probably release in April around the start of the second leg of the tour.
I think they can survive and thrive with that model of just super serving fan base, releasing songs as the mood hits them.
Yeah, and you got to love Chris. He's just
great.
The best. He's the best. We wish him all the
I've
best.
watched Terrifier 3 about 4 times already, and he's great in the beginning, and his particular kill is wonderful.
All right, and that is all I have in music news. We're going to take a break, come back in a second, wrap up the program, get the letter of the day for the word of the week. So do not miss that. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
After each celebration.
And yet, though, there's enough evidence to suggest that it was actually discovered at the Institute of Hand Gestures in Massachusetts.
I didn't even think of that.
1957.
But some sports teams will take on their own celebration thing. I know who used to do the forearm bump? Was that the Yankees?
Yeah, they did it for a stretch. I watched the national championship game between Villanova and Michigan. And there was a guy who was not a starter from Michigan as the teams were doing warm-up. And this guy was in charge of high fives and slaps with all of the starting players. So they're announcing the starting players.
Oh, okay.
And they each come out, and then there's one guy standing near the basket, and he was the guy in charge of, all right, I'm going to do this routine with this guy and this routine with this guy. And it took coordination as a little bit of a choreography.
Do you have any special...
I do. Whenever I will do a high five somebody, it depends on them. If it's like a girl, it might be, hey, high five.
Yeah.
Hey, smack hands like that.
Yeah.
But if it's a friend, Casey, stand up.
All right. Oh, I'm a friend.
It's a 3-parter that I always do, and it's like this.
Boom.
Mouth butt.
It's a lot.
It's like super white.
Actually, it's more like this. Super white.
Super. Yeah, because we didn't.
Terry, come here. Terry's black. Come over here. No, I have more soul than that. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Terry's just
Terry's
white
black,
as
the bro shake, and then
Yeah.
oh man, snap. You got to do
Hey,
this.
just, wait. He just did it again. Watch. You missed it. Turn around. Terry, do it. Watch pros do this.
Yeah.
There.
You got to do the snap at the end.
Casey's still thinking.
I think you just took a step down in the friendship department.
Wow.
No.
Terry's now Preston's best friend. Oh, guess who's going to Florida to play golf this year?
Terry already
You better brush up on your game, Terry.
Do you know Tiger Woods? A Florida man was arrested yesterday after allegedly striking his boyfriend in the head with a big mouth Billy bass.
A big Billy bass.
The novelty singing fish. Officers were called to a residence in connection with a reported domestic battery. Upon arriving at the home, cops found Larry Timmerman with a laceration on his head. An injury the victim said was caused by a big mouth Billy bass thrown by Gregory Carney. In interviews, cops determined that the men have been domestic partners for 17 years and they had been quarreling earlier in the day.
I was originally attracted to him because of his big mouth Billy bass.
At one point, Carney went into the den and began playing with his singing fish.
I'm going to go play with my fish.
Timmerman said that Carney continued doing this to, quote, just to aggravate him.
Just run away. Go run to your fish.
After having to endure several big mouth Billy bass performances,
I'm going to get my Billy Bob teeth.
Timmerman removed the singing fish from the room and placed it in the trash. When Carney discovered the novelty item was missing from the den, he asked Timmerman on its whereabouts.
Where's my fish?
When Timmerman responded that Billy bass
Where is my fish?
How do you get that high?
Where is my fish? It was right here.
When Timmerman responded that Billy bass was...
You can see the silhouette. It was right there.
Can you do that with the reverb on? When Timmerman responded...
You are such a bitch!
That Billy bass was now in the trash, Carney became angry. Carney then fished the singing fish from the garbage and threw it at his boyfriend.
Wait, where's that singing coming from?
The item struck Timmerman in the head, causing a laceration. Carney admitted throwing the singing fish, but said that I did not aim for Larry and struck him in the head on accident.
He was aiming for Shemp.
Carney was subsequently arrested for domestic battery. Timmerman declined medical treatment for his injury.
Man, you don't want police responding to any domestic situation, but when it's one involving a big mouth Billy bass,
that's pretty fun.
Yeah,
you would have been. Yeah, I think you would have had a story to tell.
It's
after
a
that
story. So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath, naked, full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yep.
She's got just a wonderful beef.
Jesus Christ. Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time.
Wow.
Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys.
What?
something later.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I gotta. It's a picture.
Okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Oh, okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that down.
I'm writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pic.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian Smed came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But do you know? We don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Julie Handjob. Forgive me, Julie Handy. Forgive me, Julie Blumpkin. Forgive me, Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh, my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off all throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or her friends.
Julie Jerk Off.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her
you know.
friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a
Oh,
Master of
geez.
Science degree as she goes up and hears.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
Do you even hear
couldn't
it?
even hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I
woman
know,
reading the
I
names.
know.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God!
But and there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure,
absolutely,
there'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize, anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play.
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It actually it made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me. I gotta take it. No. My youngest recently watched the full video of that song with the intro with Niedermeyer and everything.
Yes, yeah.
And I was telling them, I'm like, well, that comes from a movie. The
Right.
No, I didn't know that. So I pulled up Animal House, the You're All Worthless and Weak, dropping in me 20, the whole scene. And they were like, oh, I get it now.
Yes.
So
There's the connection.
it was fun to go back and watch it. I had not seen that video in a long time, so it was cool. It is 10:40. We are wrapping up the program. Before we do anything like Letter of the Day, Word of the Week, prize, thank yous, and so on, one of our interns is flying the nest, leaving, going away. And we will miss her dearly because she's been a great addition to the team. This is Olivia Karszewski. Did I say your name right?
That's a good try.
Karszewski?
Karzewski.
Karzewski?
Yes.
Okay. All right. When there's Z's and C's and whatnot, I get a little
It's
hard.
tricky. It's not the worst I've heard.
What's the worst you've heard?
It's just like crazy. Like because it's just car, zoo, and ski. Like that's
Karzewski.
how I usually break it down.
Yeah.
Car, zoo, ski.
Well, there's a C there, so it could be like Karkazuski.
Yeah.
Zuski.
Like there's people I've known for like 15 years that I've just been too scared to correct. Like one of my dance teachers, I'm like walking on stage for my senior, like, oh, goodbye. And it's Karszewski. And I go,
Okay. Yeah.
There's
Julie Jerkoff.
One of my, best friends. I'm with her all the time. I have to stop and think before I say her last name. And
Yep.
it's not because it's a difficult spelling, but it's not pronounced the way it's spelled.
Right.
And she makes fun. She's like, I can't believe people still don't know my name. I'm like, oh yeah, I know. So weird.
They obviously don't love you.
You mentioned your dance teacher. You've been at that for a long time.
yes, I've been dancing since I was 3.
Aw.
3 or 4. I still do it in college. I didn't think I was. I just like auditioned off a whim. And I
No
still-
desire to go into musical theater though, or anything of that nature. You just enjoy the dancing itself.
I just like dance.
Yeah.
I'm not a singer. I auditioned for the musical in middle school once, and I forgot all the words, so the director had to sing with me.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
What type of dance?
You do tap, right?
A little bit. When I was younger. That's why I tried out for the musical, because there's tap dancing. I'm like, all right, like dance.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Okay.
But-
All right, and you're going to Westchester?
Yes.
Are you close to graduating?
Next year I graduate.
Okay.
2026.
And is journalism, radio, is that what you want to get into
Yeah,
career-wise?
I'm really into music, so like anything to do with that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Excellent. Nice. Have you had fun here?
of course.
Have you learned anything?
Absolutely.
Well, good.
What'd you think of camp out last week?
Oh my God. It was like a lot,
Yeah.
but it was so fun.
Yeah.
Like running around, like the waking up at 4 a.m. this semester has been like rough, but like going to camp out and just being on my feet the whole time running around was just like, oh, okay, like this is why it's worth it. Like this is good.
right.
Like
Yeah.
doing something great like that was just incredible.
Cool.
That's the whole purpose, to get you out there and say, this could be something, or think of an angle that you want to explore career-wise. It's all open for you for whatever way you want to go.
Yeah,
Awesome.
exactly.
Yes.
Well, we wish you the best, and let us know if you need anything, okay,
Oh,
if we can help you out.
absolutely visit.
Olivia,
worry.
wait. I forgot already.
Karzewski.
Karzewski! There's a zoo in there.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Good luck to you. There she goes. And that means we're probably going to be saying goodbye to the other ones pretty soon, too. Oh, man. We had a good group this year.
Yeah.
Most definitely. Or this term, or however often we get
This
them.
century.
This century. They've been really, really nice. I would like to thank Marc Summer for being on the show this morning. Marc he has got his Hallmark Channel debut tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Hanukkah on the Rocks debuts. He thought it was a bit part. It turns out to be he's a major character.
He's a matchmaker. He's the old wisdom in the thing. It is a Hallmark. It's the second time they've done a Hanukkah Hallmark movie.
Yep.
You bet your ass they're going to be watching tomorrow night.
Yep. So we're looking forward to that. And then we had Danny Tamberelli and Michael Marona, who are from Pete and Pete, also of Nickelodeon. And Marc did the interview.
Yeah.
It was great.
He did. Because he knows the guys.
We conferenced everybody together, and Marc took it away, and it was gross. Yeah, it was great. He actually texted me, and he's like, "I'm sorry for sabotaging the interview." I'm like, "Dude, it was awesome." We sat back and listened. It was great.
It was absolutely fun.
They are going to be performing, or actually appearing, I should say, at it's called the Nostalgia Personified event at Neshaminy Creek Brewing, and that is on Saturday night, and it's a night of hanging out with these guys and Q&A and watching some videos, and they'll tell some stories, so it sounds like a lot of fun. So it was nice to have those guys on today. All right, let me see. We need to do letter of the day. Is that going to be you, Case?
I got you.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
J, as in Jobin.
All right, and we will be giving away a Flyer Santa sack. This holiday season, gift the game day experience with a Flyer Santa sack, and each package includes a pair of Flyers tickets, an autographed item, food and beverage voucher, and Philadelphia Wings lacrosse tickets. It's everything you need for a game in one gift only at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. I take a moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles, and brought to you by Worldwide Stereo, making holidays more fun since 1979. Route 309 in Montgomeryville, or online at worldwidestereo.com. Tomorrow's No Sad Bro Friday.
Yes.
Already.
We need it.
Natasha Leggero. Going to be in studio tomorrow.
Oh, I love that.
I thought we were having Michael Giacchino's son tomorrow.
No, that's next Friday.
That's next Friday. Okay. All right. So we have a few other things. So Natasha Leggero is awesome. We love her. She'll be here. All right. That's it. We are done. Rage on, and have yourself a great day. And we will see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.